a new sunrise. Get me some disco music through the night. Lose control, dancing in the golden light. Gone crazy, we are running out of time. Fancy dream flying above the city light. She moves like she's in paradise, can't leave the comfort zone, and I am in the limbo, that's alright. Higher than the vulture fly. She moves like she's in paradise, can't leave the comfort zone, and I am in the limbo, that's alright. Higher than the vulture fly. Just fill me with that alcohol, the time is getting slow. No words convince me, beat that soul, don't ask me what is real. Just fill me with that alcohol, the time is getting slow. No words convince me, beat the soul, don't ask me what is real. Get drunk, live for sunrise in the moonlight, just don't wake me up, we do what we like. Let's funk after midnight, sparking twilight, we just turn it up, wait for new sunrise. Get me some disco music through the night. Here we are dancing in the golden light. Gone crazy, we are running out of time. Fancy dream flying above the city light. Get ready for the game I play. Get ready for the game I play. Roll the dice like no one cares. Roll the dice like no one cares. Yeah, get excited, baby. Welcome to the new age. Standing on the new stage. Get drunk before sunrise in the moonlight. Just don't wake me up. We do what we like. Let's funk after midnight, sparking twilight. We just turn it up, wait for new sunrise. Get me some disco music through the night. Lose control, dancing in the golden light. Gone crazy, we are running out of time. Fancy dream flying above the city light. She moves like she's in paradise, can't leave the comfort zone, and I am in the limbo, that's alright. Higher than the vulture fly. She moves like she's in paradise, can't leave the comfort zone, and I am in the limbo, that's alright. Higher than the vulture fly. Just fill me with that alcohol, the time is getting slow. No words convince me, beat that soul, don't ask me what is real. Just fill me with that alcohol, the time is getting slow. No words convince me, beat the soul, don't ask me what is real. Get drunk, live for sunrise in the moonlight, just don't wake me up, we do what we like. Let's funk after midnight, sparking twilight, we just turn it up, wait for new sunrise. Get me some disco music through the night. Here we are dancing in the golden light. Gone crazy, we are running out of time. Fancy dream flying above the city light.
Hello everyone, my name is Archer and this is more Limbus Company. Hello Veneto, I'm happy that you got what you were looking for. Yes, the maintenance was very kind to you. So you don't have Sutam? I thought you did. Yeah, we gotta get that. I wish you luck trying to get it. But yes, hello everyone. Today we are going to do Nocturnal sweeping. Because I do plan on trying Kento 8 tomorrow, so I just want to get this interval out of the way. Hello there, free shoots. Brunch. Hey, wait, isn't this a little too late for brunch? Like, it's past lunch. It's still brunch? Hello, Marm. Long time no see. How are you doing? I never had her. I think there will be a selector, and I hope we can pick Sutama from. But yeah, it's unlikely. Yeah, I think it's unlikely. Yeah, long time no see. But you come in good time. We're gonna do Nocturnal sweeping. Kanto 8 tomorrow. Yeah, that's the plan. Kanto 8 tomorrow. So we're just getting this out of the way. Happy New Year. Well, technically, the attempt to add Kanto 8 tomorrow. Because a lot of people mentioned that Kanto 8 is pretty tough. Hello, Ryan. Thank you so much for joining us. What did you finally beat? Wait, yesterday, floor 15 extreme solo, and I'm fully drained my SP, and I'm at, dude, floor 15? What, floor 15 of, Mirror Dungeon? I also downloaded a Project Sekai GP server, and no one has permission to come back here later for polls. Sure, yeah. If you're around, I got enslaved on the Mirror Dungeon's mind. Damn. I'm aware it's almost 12. I'm eating what I consider breakfast at lunch, so it's well, you are correct. Yes, Mirror Dungeon Archer. Nice. Congratulations, Ryan. But yes, yeah, let's just start this. I think I was thinking about something and never mind. No, there was something in my mind, really. I was thinking. Yeah. Yesterday was the launch of Silk Song, so yeah, a lot of people playing that. Not only on the internet, but also in my group of friends. I played a little bit of like Ragnarok because I was kind of not in the mood to play anything. My internet was shitty yesterday. All terrible stuff. Have fun, everybody. Archer is out. Wait, no. I mean, Verneto's out. Yes, please. Don't put me out. It's my stream. Wait, let's go. Dante, any idea where the leftover cake from yesterday went? No idea. I mean, why would I know? I can't even eat. Darn. Did Donkey already get her pawns on him? Rhodia rubbed her tired eyes and muttered something about how she should have partied in her room instead and stumbled in the back door. The New Year's came swiftly to the inhabitants of the bus after the various incidents at the LCE. The singers all came from different backgrounds and parts of the city, but annual celebration for New Year's seems to be a thread that connected their cultures together. There began floating the idea of New Year's party and excellent! Then permit me to honor of hosting this banquet. With her usual overdramatic boast, coupled with a familiar twinkle in her eyes, Don Quixote declared that there would indeed be a New Year's party, and thus it was decided. Again, after all the hell we went through in the back door and whatnot for the out-of-season Christmas celebration? Ahem. Yet I must insist, for it was but an effort to decorate the bus, the intent to quite divorced from the act of celebration. Don Quixote glanced at Sinclair, sheepishly scratching the back of her head. Huh? Oh, don't worry about me, really. Well, this it's true that mine actions have brought thee quite the distress, unintentionally. I might add, thus I ask thee, wouldst thou not agree that a communal event to mark the occasion might freshen both our spirits and bodies? I can't even begin to imagine her amnesiac self after taking a moment to give a damn about how Sinclair might take it, but I guess with memory came tact. You know, it's our first New Year's together. It sure is an occasion for a celebration, huh? Gotta hear that bell go ding to really mark the transition to the new year, right? Ah, it seems that we shall be welcoming the first light of the new year in company of one another. This is indeed a cause for celebration. A bowl of noodles before the last night of the year fades. Classic. Such bubbly enthusiasm from me warms my own heart. Forsooth, the grandiosity of this banquet shall be one for the books. Fireworks most brilliant, enough delicacies to... Karen, when's our next stop? Memphis be running non-stop for 3 days at least. Only dum-dums stop for on a fast road. So she says. Virgilius muttered with his usual sardonic edge, one fist under his chin. By for next year's celebration the banquet shall be prepared ere the promised hour. Don Quixote's idea of a grand banquet depressingly fizzled into nothingness, but Rhodia brought out the cakes and cookies she stashed in her room, so we could at least hold a small celebration for the New Year's together. After that, we all stayed up together, watched New Year's first sunrise briefly paint the city in gold, then retired to sleep. When everyone woke up, rubbing their tired eyes, the world outside the bus had completely transformed. There was a behemoth of a structure, bizarre in its presence, and its walls seemingly made of gargantuan steel plates. H Corp? The students began to voice their surprise, appropriately so, as what came into view was different from any of the any of the nests we passed by on our journeys thus far. This thing is huge, like this thing is gargantuous, really, kind of scary. Is that massive structure all one building? If that whole thing's the nest, then where the hell's the back streets? That's big enough to cover H Corp's territory and then some. H Corp is basically Kowloon. There's some buildings I think in Japan, Korea, and whatnot that are kind of similar like this. Like the building is so huge and there's so many places and so many like apartments inside, and there's even like a business inside that there's no reason for you even to go out. Well, there he goes again, asking dumb questions without ever taking a peep at the guidebook. That's not the nest. That huge box you see over there, that's District 8. We call it Hongyeon, the vast garden here at H Corp. The nest lies within the center of the structure, and the back streets without. So they squeeze the entire population of this district in there. Do they not get a ray of sunlight all year round? Huh, well, at least they won't have to worry about the rain. Aha! Prithee, avail me a sight as well. As the students began to gather one by one at the other side of the bus, stirred awake from their late night's rest, I felt my gaze drawn towards Honglu. I looked for a sign of concern or distress on his face, worried. It wasn't exactly something unique to Honglu, but the stories about his past home life we've heard throughout the year, whenever he felt like sharing them, were all consistently and terribly depressing. Ooh, it's not such a bad place once you actually try living here for a while. Like, everybody knows that it's Honglu's time. Hong Kong had a place called Kowloon, the walled city. It was basically a huge city all crammed together. That's kind of crazy. Like if like feels claustrophobic seeing from outside. Like I don't think that's a proper way to live. Just amount like everyone toppled on top of each other. Seems like looks very dystopic. So the fact that we do have a couple of places like this in our real world, pretty scary. But his lips, ever so slightly curled upward into a kindly and relaxed smile, are making the same expression as ever. An expression that hasn't changed at all since our first meeting. Maybe it's just a cultural difference, kinda like how Honglu can be so nonchalant about things that should give most people pause, but I don't think it's a cultural difference because they did meet Jia Shichun and she doesn't act like Honglu. Honglu got two cantos of Mega Grady, right? Can you imagine in like a Don Quixote's head? Because in her head, that was her canto. That was his canto. And like, how come you have another one? Actually, no. I'm not helping anyone or anything by entertaining these thoughts. My job at this moment is to keep a close eye on Honglu more than usual. And if time comes for me to help him as the manager, I'll give it my all. And we know that he will have to, help Honglu. Besides, whoa, this thing's even bigger up close. Verily, I carry no recollection of a structure so grand, even in past adventures of mine. Back to back indeed. Sorry guys, Ryoshi's Kanto is gonna be delayed for a third Honglu Kanto. Actually, every single Kanto is Honglu's Kanto from now on, with featuring another sinner, It's Honglu's Kanto featuring Ryoshu, and then Honglu's Kanto featuring Merso, and then Honglu's Kanto featuring Otis, and then Honglu's Kanto featuring Faust. If my efforts aren't enough, I know I can trust the sinners to lend me a hand. Hey, let me see too. I collected my thoughts and approached the sinners who were flattened up against the glass window to get a good view. Wow, that's big. Oh, okay, that's kind of like look at Melfi here and look at everything else. It's kind of scary. Like they are tiny, little tiny beings. The duel. Okay, this time around, guys, we're gonna use my burn team with featuring. Actually, I don't need to feature her. I can just pick up the fire moth Faust from someone. Yeah. Now we have a proper burn team. So yeah, we're gonna do this entire intervalo with burn instead of thinking for a change. Once we left the bus. Oh man, can't believe we had to get off the bus here. We have to make a formal complaint against H Corp for this crap. What the hell were they thinking doing shoddy construction work at the entrance of the highway that leads straight into the nest? Many causes there may be to such construction project, yet perhaps an early warning sign or our approach to the side would have been a sensible Ugh. Were it not for young Karen's most valiant drifting, I shudder to even imagine the terrible possibilities. 'Twould have been a most awful end to an adventure. Oh, by the way, Archer, have you watched the trailer for the new Yoshu, or are you avoiding trailers for the moment? Exactly what you just said, Merm. I haven't seen Lord Honglu's trailer. I haven't seen the new Intervallo trailer. I've been just skipping everything because everything is spoilers. The new Misung ID, just skipping everything. Hopefully, once I'm done with Can't Wait, I will be able to watch everything but the Intervalo. It's no surprise that the seniors all had a piece of their mind to speak. As we drove up to the entryway, we unexpectedly came across a mass of badly put together steel plates blocking our path in the middle of the road. Karen quickly spun the bus around, which meant that everyone ended up being thrown about like ragdolls. New Ryoshu is peak. I really enjoyed the look. Like it looks very, very cool. It's probably gonna be bleed again, right? That's my guess. It's either bleed or more rupture, right? Good thing there was another road off the highway that leads into the city, right? I bet Karen would have tried to reverse gear all the way back to the last interchange. Most likely, yeah. Bleed, yeah. Look, yeah, has a bleed vibe. Um, Probably we will skip it. It looks very cool. Like it looks very cool looking. I don't think I will get anything, just because I'm saving my resources now for the Rupture team. Since I already have Lord Hongler and Mao Ryoshu and Mao Otis, might as well finish it up and get all you know, the Rupture IDs. And I just actually charted Greg, the Hey Show Greg. So I am looking to shard now Rhodia, I will shard Shichen, Ismael. Alright, Archer, I'd be lurking. I have not much energy, need to recover after the excitement. Awesome. Have a good recharge, Ryan. Thank you so much for lurking. The contempt Ryoshu ego is a bleed ego, and it's probably gonna have some synergy. Yeah, yeah, I thought so. But it looks very, very cool looking. Like I probably try to shard it whenever I have the opportunity to. And because like may I may try to do the Blood Fiends next, and I think that would be a very cool looking ID to joining the team. But looks like we'll be going through all these winding all alleyways to get to the nest. So dark in here. We were greeted by a dark street upon disembarking from the bus, illuminated only by faint strands of light. It was immediately obvious that we found ourselves in the back streets of H Corp. Looked pretty impressive from the outside, but it's no different from the other back streets inside, eh? Yep, it's a familiar sight. Gotta say, it's getting real old. I ask thee, is the nest of this district shrouded in such darkness as well? No, these particular sites are limited to the back streets of District 8. The back streets of this district weren't very different from the other ones we visited in the past. People hurrying through the streets as though they were being chased by something. People scowling and glaring at the ground with some thickness of discomfort. Scenes all too common in every corner of the city. Ryoshu's death joining the bleed team. Sorry, Red Eyes Ryoshu. At least Red Eyes still can be used in charge. Yeah, but again, it was Red Eyes is one of the is pretty old, so it was about time for eventually start to get off use. But yeah, Merm is right. Can still be used in charge. Actually, it fits very well in teams with something like Knight of Despair and Queen of Hatred, because they are all like charge IDs, but they also do other things. Charge is one of their gimmicks, but it's not the main gimmick. There was one thing about this place that stood out from the other districts, however. They're kind of reminding me of the former G Corp soldiers back at District 4. What? What do you mean? You mean those fellas? The growths on their flesh appear too organic to be prosthetics, Some of them had odd protrusions or nodules bulging from their skin as well. Not at all, Manager Bud. Look, they haven't all mutated in the same pattern, like in the insectoid form, for example. Well, I guess I should commend you for not looking at them through a biased lens. You're observing the aftermath of District 8's distinctive method of treatment. Oh, so this is where the rumors about that bluish healing ointment came from, huh? Apparently they can cure any flesh wound after just one night dressed in bandages. It seems that certain misconceptions must be addressed. They are the variation of H-Corp singularity, the bolus. The bolus? She's likely referring to the medicines brewed and knead in a ball-shaped pills. Yeah, that ball-shaped pills. They in Chinese, at least manhwa and webtoon, they are very well. They are usually called elixirs, but they are always like ball-shaped pills. Like if you watch like anything mirroring or cultivation or anything, you're gonna see that a lot of characters just eat through these pills of balls and balls of pills or whatever. And there's a whole saga for them to even craft those things. Like you need a good alchemist or apothecary um, to craft these medicine that can either enhance one's chi or cure a lot of diseases, things of that nature. Correct. H Corp or the Hongyan Bioengineering Group mainly manufactures boluses that contain essences of treatment. The boluses may be taken orally, ground with water into a paste, and applied directly to the affected area, or dissolved in water, soaked into bandages, and wrapped around the necessary area for treatment. Speaking of the nocturnal time, yes. But hello, Rui. Thank you so much for joining us again. I guess rumors transform as they travel. I see. I was just thinking about how they do things back at the K Corp. The focus of K Corp's technology is the reversal or recovery of one's conditions. Returning to the original state is the key word in their treatment. It is no rare sight to find unique techniques and technology developed independently by the inhabitants of the backstreets of District 8, using the manufactured boluses. The treatments are not individually customized for each patient. Instead, their focus is on selecting the appropriate technique from a myriad of choices to address the deficiencies in their statuses. Perhaps one could choose the word transformation or evolution as a more illustrative descriptor for their method of treatment. So that's what counts as treated? The crowd Sinclair was pointing at certainly appeared unhurt, as none of them were bleeding or walking with a limp, but many of them appeared dazed, staring blinking at nothing, or scratching absent-mindedly at their mutated parts. Hello, how's this fine day going? Hello, Kokomo, always nice seeing you. We are doing, at least I am doing fine. We are doing, as you can see, Nocturnal sweeping. And yeah, we finally got to H-Corp, and I'm so happy that we're ever closer to another Honglu Kanto. Ah, they must be the regulars. Unexpectedly, we found our answer not from Faust, not from Marceau, but from Honglu. The regulars? Yes, I've heard of them as a child, people who've grown too accustomed to visiting the clinics in search for their mystical treatments. The regulars might appear more intimidating than most people at first glance, but apparently all the side effects they've been stacking changes them in strange ways. It's highly likely that the inner operation conflicts or issues will arise when applying highly disparate treatment methods to a single body. At least it's a cheaper alternative from people who didn't sign up for the life insurance. You speak of life insurance? Yes, life insurance. There's a special insurance option to bring the client back to life upon the event of their death. So, the irony isn't lost on me, but I thought resurrecting people was one of the head's taboos. that does not consider the revival via life insurance to be violation of their known resurrection taboo. It is likely that on a technical level, this revival is actually categorized as brain resuscitation as opposed to a full resurrection. Degradation of its functions considered, of course. Another fatal downside of this technology is that, unlike the manager's clock winding, the subject cannot be brought back in their brain if their brain is destroyed. Also, there is a risk of significant losses in the process of information transference. Isn't sorry, isn't this quite isn't what was done with that one girl from Library of Ruina from the people with the big lenses that fought the carnival? I think she lost her entire body, but because she had her brain preserved, she got a new body. I got a cold and had some terrible pack luck with Pokemon, but other than that, Silksong is good. Yes. So have you been playing Silksong? The most of the internet has. Actually, let me check how many people are playing Silksong right now. I'm kind of curious. Um, Team charts, DB. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, Silksong has 562. I think we're currently no, no, sorry. It currently has 522,000 people playing it, and it peaked at 562 people, which is actually not as much as I thought. Okay, Steam charts usually get this right. Yeah, so yeah, well, with the amount of people playing Silksong, it might not be what I thought it would. Whenever Silksong was about to release, I thought that Silksong would be so huge and massively popular that it will most likely overshadow every single other game of this year. But Monster Hunter's Wilds, the release March this year, got 1,170,000 people on Steam alone, um, which is almost doubled of what Silksong has. Even though Silksong is massive in a lot of other consoles, which I don't think Monster Hunter Wilds was. So there is that. Like, I was expecting more people playing it on Steam. But maybe there's like, if you count everyone playing in other consoles, then it probably averages out. Silksong Crash Steam, Nintendo Store, and both PS and the Xbox Store. Yeah, that's a good point. I don't think even though it wasn't as massive apparently as with peak players as like something like Monster Hunter Wilds, I do believe that with all the other places, I think Steam crashed, but not because like there were a lot of people playing the game. There was a lot of people trying to buy the game at the same time, which is kind of different in some aspects. Yeah, Steam crashed like 4 times because everybody was trying to purchase the game all at once, which I maybe didn't happen with the other launches. But yeah, as Kokomo mentioned, not just Steam, most other like stores ended up crashing. Let's continue. Losses, huh? So maybe some of their mutations could be more than just side effects of these treatments. Maybe. But I heard it takes more than one or two revivals to change that much. And since apparently people in the backstreets could never even dream of paying consistent insurance renewal rates, so after all, who would sign up for insurance if using its services would reduce them to such pitiful states? Yeah, they appear pathetic and pitiful to you rich bastards, don't they? You'll soon be in the same boat as them, so save some pity for yourself. Identify yourself! The stranger's voice cut through a discussion like a foreign instrument. We turned around to find a large group of people who were clearly up to no good. You must be the young master of that high and mighty Jia family, eh? I can tell just by looking at your pretty face. Your friends, Onglu? No. I haven't had much chance to get acquainted with people from the back streets, so nope, I've never met them before. Of course you haven't. Too busy living large, playing gods in a whole different world from us plebs, huh? Not that it matters. We're just here to take the thing you brought here for submission to the family hierarchy evaluation. The what evaluation? Okay, there's clearly been a misunderstanding. There's quite a lot of them. We're not off to a great start here. Huh, man? Actually, no. It'd be a violation of our office's core values to jump them like we're some common thugs. I, Shun Sun, third son of the Tri-X office, challenge Jia Bayo of the Jia family to a duel. Our wager will be that the winner can take anything they want from the loser. Wait, what do you mean a duel? The duel? Okay, this kind of also fits. It's very mirroring-like. This is how the especially let me try to think. This is usually how the orthodox mirroring do stuff. They challenge people to fair duels. They usually say from which family they are coming from because that's kind of important. And then they fight, and whoever wins takes the glory and everything. I have heard tales that duels of the honorable fixers of the Sink Association Eastern Branch announced their intent to duel by stating their affiliation and name instead of casting their gauntlets. And the pamphlet that young Ishmael had presented before me earlier presented the truth that the Tri-X office is indeed an office of the East, though they are indeed of a lesser quality. This is a true, genuinely accurate declaration of a duel that we behold. Ah. So it's just a fancy way of saying 1v1 me, let's go? Yep, thank you, Hickliff. I mean, this guy doesn't look too tough. What do you think, Faust? Agreed. This individual does not seem to possess any particular exceptional skills that may pose difficulties for Honglu. I think it's going to be okay. I'll be back in a minute, Dante. You sure this is okay? I don't think you're going to lose against him, but just in case. No worries, I have some childhood experience with duels myself. I've done about 10 of them, I think. Huh, so the rich boy's dabbled in some duels, has he? It's... I think you misunderstand. I mean to say that I've done about 10 of them a day. Oh, but grandmother sometimes let me skip them. So it might have been slightly fewer than that on some days. What? Oh, Hoglu of Limbus Company. No. I, Bayou of the Gia family, accept this duel. Honglu stepped forward confidently as the opponent was processing what he just heard. For a moment, Honglu stood there in a stance that did not express even a hint of aggression, before curiously cocking his head to the side. Sorry, are we waiting for something? Oh, so I always let the opponent get the first two moves in duels. Please, don't hesitate. Let me, you little... Your cocky pride shall be your downfall. The man who introduced himself as Shen-san leaped towards Honglu, then after about a minute... How this is happening? Okay, I wish I had Lord Hongler for this. It would be pretty cool. Sad that I got him so late. Like, it would take me like at least 1 or 2 weeks to level all my Rupture IEDs to level 50. Chinese Twink versus Chinese Fixer, and the Twink wins. Unlike Shasan, who was throwing punches and swinging his with boiling hot passion, Honglu was effortlessly gliding between his opponent's strikes like he was out on a picnic, as though this was but a leisurely stroll through a garden. Whenever Shasan threw a powerful punch, Honglu resurrected it to the side with ease, the first only grazing his clothes. We were mesmerized by the feathery light movements of his hands and feet that effortlessly glided through the air until, after one blink and you miss it moment, we realized that Shasan was already face down on the ground, defeated. Huh. Young Lu, has thou been concealing thy full strain in our presence? Oh no, I wouldn't say that. I always put my all into every fight. Yeah, to defeat his foe so soundly, to dance with such grace between his strikes is, 'twas though thou were dueling someone whose skill may only measure against a child's. But most of our fights happen in environments with a lot of variables, and we usually fight against enemies with all kinds of unexpected weapons and powers. You read him. Already familiar with that fool's moves? Ah, yes. One of my BW instructors used similar techniques as this gentleman here. Practice makes perfect and perfection makes an expert, right? Right, but I'm not sure if that's entirely relevant here. Well, anyways, looks to me that he soundly kicked your behind in this duel. Let us through, why don't you? And preferably not to the thing I think you're about to do. This duel wasn't overseen by a notary office anyway, and our employer is not gonna let this failure slide if you just leave. Huh, don't just sit there. Move your arses and jump them! Pathetic. I can kinda see how we're becoming expert at getting jumped. With a bitter cry of defeated, his gang rushed towards us. I mean, these guys, like, if you get bodied by someone so easily, why would you think that
기록한
sending all your other
장면은
thugs is
아니지만
gonna make any
저희를
difference?
이끌어주는 건 단테님만 할 수 있는 일이에요.
The free shooter has returned. I am home from brunch. Awesome.
저희를 잘 이끌어
Talking about free shooter, we have some shooters on this team.
위치가 있으니 다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 재밌으셨네요. 매일 보아하는데도 지금 감회가 새로워요.
Yeah, it's something that gotta be done. I don't want someone on the chat trying to shoot my other sinners. Don't want to name names, but you were at 0 sanity. I don't want to take risks.
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘
Welcome back. Prey already had a nice brunch apparently. Yes, I am using Otis.
힘껏 살아가느라
So like every time that this happens and this is here, I gotta manually fucking change it because oh.
그 끝에 고요한 휴식이 있기를. 명령에 따르겠습니다.
God forbids.
화력, 추진, 차! 타! 그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에. 기쁨이란 건 이런 사소한 일에도 슬며시 따라오나 봐요.
진행하겠습니다.
모두가 노력한 덕분에 업무가 일찍 끝날 것 같은 지금처럼 말이에요.
Easy. Walk in the park. This really isn't a great start, fellas. It's never easy, is it? Ex-office guys are so pathetic, I almost pity them, not gonna lie. Hello, Banderos. Thanks very much for joining us. Pretty cool, dude. Real. I hate this intervalo so much. Oh my god, the sweepers are hell. I still haven't faced one. I just started the intervalo. But hello, pretty cool, dude. I think it's your first time in here. Welcome. Well, it's not much of a spoilers. They're free shoots. I know that there are going to be sweepers on this intervalo, hence the name. And I've already seen them on Library of Ruina, so I know how they work. This really isn't a great start, fellas, huh? Never easy, is it? Hey, at least we got a nice warm-up. It wasn't all bad. Don't play Ruina, bro. Sweepers here are worse. I already did play Ruina. I've been playing Ruina, Banderas. And I do believe the sweepers on Ruina are probably going to be worse. YouTuber censored my message for saying misfire. What? Well, yes, just don't talk about. Yeah, okay, yeah. Therefore, it's correct. Even though you can talk about the fact that there are sweepers, maybe don't go too much in depth of it because I'm gonna see in the next few minutes. I don't know. This seems more serious than our usual street brawls. Ismail's right. They weren't your everyday thugs who pick fights with random people for no good reason. They were contracted by someone to specifically target and eliminate Honglu. And given how open they were about their intent, calling it a contract, it doesn't seem like whoever gave the contract was exactly going for subtlety. Then maybe this is what Jia Suchan was talking about way back when she mentioned surviving as heirs. Whoever's behind this must have a bone to pick with Honglu. Indeed, it seems that we must expect more skirmishes like this going forward. Alas, was this trial not readily overcome? Not the point. Think on it a little more. Seems like they're assuming that Honglu's brought something here in order to participate in the family hierarchy evaluation. Then there's no reason to assume that we've seen the last of them. They are going to try again to take out the competition. A highly accurate assessment of the situation by the executive manager. I expect no less from someone of your genius. Going for the classic of brown nosing today, Altus? Since when it was brown nosing to compliment a job well done, do you not expect? This inane conversation is most riveting, but I would prefer some silence while we wait. It seems that the company foresaw such difficulties. They sent you a support team to help handle this issue. We've heard voices come from behind us, from where Virgilius pointed. My, you guys two haven't learned how to stick to the plan, have you? It really threw me off when I was told to meet you in some backstreet location, away from our agreed rendezvous point. A familiar voice, a voice we could not forget. Been a while, everyone! Woo! Shout out to my girl, Starday! Hi, I'm here too, and Pilot. You know, we don't have the full pilot episode, but at least we have the pilosode, which is good enough. Shrek is such a cool name for an office, but damn, they are so forgettable. I was talking to the pretty cool dude guy. Sorry. Oh, cool. The butt licking never ends and should never end. Well, it may tone it down after Hey Kanto. There's no limit to the butt licking. Hello, Yugori. There's no limit to the glaze. At this point, Dante's shoes could probably be seen from space with how clean they are. I like Effie better, not gonna lie. Ooh, Sode, let's go. And Pilot is also here too. I mean, Effie is no longer among us, so we're gonna take what we have, Banderas. And I like Sode more. I think they are a good team, Effie and Sode, but I think Sade always felt like the leader or the brain behind the things, even though were a good like a team. And Pilot is here, yeah. Pilot it feels like an extra from Persona 1. That's my feel. His shoes are so shiny. He can see his shoes are so shiny that people can spot Dante from far away. Like, do you remember we were saying that we gotta be careful that one day the enemies might start just really targeting Dante instead of trying to beat the other sinners? His shoes are so shiny that people can just pinpoint and snipe Dante in the foot because of how shiny it is, and ignore all the other sinners. Project Moon just loves to eliminate all my favorite characters. I mean, can you name any other one? That Persona guy. Hello, that Persona guy. What a fun thing. Oh, Nocturnal sweeping. Oh man, this is packing surprise for you. Also, did someone say Persona 1? Yes. Pilot gives me vibe of that one guy with the hat or with the beanie from Persona Revelations. The yellow beanie. Forgot his name. was black and turned white whenever the game was re-released for the PSP. Byman Romero. If you're wondering if MB Otis is also a bootlicker, yes, she is. To both me and X. Romero got done so dirty. Junpei. No. Persona Revelations. Junpei's from Persona 3. Wait, it was his name Junpei as well? Persona Revelation. Okay, let me look. I'm gonna get the name for you. Megami Ibukuran Persona. I think the name was pretty silly. Maki Masa K. Oh yeah, Masao. Yeah, I think his name was Mark on the English version. Yeah, Mark. Masao or Mark. You take it. On the original Megami Bukuran Persona, he was black. Whenever it was re-released to the PC PSP, he turned white. It was one of the biggest controversies of that time. I really don't care either way. I think he has more personality on the Revelations one, so I will overlook the race change. Never played P1 or 2. You should. Especially P2. P2 has such a great story, but a lot of characters from P1 do show up on P2, so I would just play P1 for the sake of playing it, or don't play it because the gameplay is kind of shitty. Watch the story online. There's a couple people that have like the full gameplay, even without commentary, and you can really enjoy. If you're into that, again, I'm not forcing him. For me, LCB Checkup was far worse because my Sinclair and Honglu were hella underleveled. I will say, even though I really enjoyed the amount of exposition about everything we got during LCB Checkup, probably LCB Checkup was one of the intervalos that I would dread the most because I couldn't do it all at once because my IDs were also underleveled. I hope you're done. Ryoshu and Otis are leveled up. Uh, Don is. Ryoshu, no. Otis, yes. So I might have to borrow a Ryoshu. They also killed Sanjo in the stupidest way possible too. Sanjo's the most professional swimmer. But I am more salty about Romero. I don't know who Romero is. It's from Limbus? Okay, Romero is not from Limbus, so I'm not gonna research. Like Senjo, sure. Romero, no idea. So I believe it's from Library. I imagine. Uh, Most people only know of the existence of Persona 2 thanks to the Mustache Man that shows up. Right? If it wasn't for Mustache Man, then Persona 2 would be probably overlooked by everyone. Even though it's one of the best stories. For me, it's the best Persona story. No qualms, no problems. Especially, and again, you gotta remember something. I stopped playing Persona the Phantom X because of how dumb and annoying Persona 5 story is. I don't like the story of Persona 5. It's just dumb. It's just a bunch of kids blaming everything on adults. Very little logic. Very, the common sense is nowhere to be found. It's very stupid. The only thing that Persona 5 does properly is create characters, but in a vacuum. If you were talking to me, everything is leveled expected Ryoshu because I do not have a single idea of her. Okay, I have an idea of Ryoshu now that's decent, but yeah, I need to level her. Wait, the painter is in P2? The painter? What is the painter? No, you was talking about the streamer. Yes. Which Persona 5, bro? The original one or the Phantom X? Both. Persona 5, like, I remember my playthrough because back in the day I was streaming, but I was streaming for basically anyone, like no one, and I was playing Persona 5 Royal. And besides the moments of the characters interacting with each other, anytime that the main story was brought into focus, I just couldn't keep my mouth shut of how annoying the story is. Is a bunch of kids blaming everything on adults, very little accountability, very little common sense. When especially on Phantom X, like you can see the VODs of Phantom X because they are very recent. Like I stopped reading the lore. Like I stopped reading the story because it was just like a bunch of bullshit. Like whenever you just focus on the characters are great. But whenever you go to the story, damn, what a horseshit. Don't worry, like I said, I got a Ryoshu on support. My entire burn team is on support. Oh, nice. You're very burny. But yes, let's go. Let's continue. Hi, I'm here too. Hehe. We turned around to follow where the voice was coming from and recognized the two people we've been hoping to see again. Well, half the two people, you know? Saw this there.
완벽한 승리를 보고드릴 수 있어
Damn.
영광이네요. 분명
Not expecting this to be the top damage, but I'll take it.
덕분이겠죠.
Disappointing. I think that LCE false you used was mine, and nice. Saw that. And hey, pilot, right? What's wrong? It's like you're all looking at Ghost. Pilot, didn't you tell me that you shared my news with them the last time? I did, I sure did, ma'am. Oh, yeah, he did. The Sinners each recover from the initial shock of seeing them again. And soon, their faces began to bloom with relieved smiles. Well, good to see that things haven't changed much around here. Sade, we are so glad to see you're okay. Talk to you too. Good to see your gears are turning just fine. Sade smiled with a familiar grin. She did not seem to have changed much since the last time we've met, save for a few minor differences. Her outfit and her badge, for example. Last I recall, you were promoted, yes? Allow me to congratulate you. Yeah. Or the hints of melancholy hanging from her smile and flickering her eyes. They wasted Romero so hard that people forget that he was in Kanto 7. Wait. Oh yeah, the guy from the Blood Fiends, right? Yeah, the Hunters of Vampires. Yeah, sorry, I already forgot about him. And this is where I'd put a Burn Heathcliff support if there was one. Same move. Not a single burn hit inside. They need some burn IDs for some characters that do not have it. The same thing applies to other. Like there are characters that have no syncing IDs. Like there's many characters without any syncing IDs. Like I feel like someone like Isung are hoarding most of the syncing IDs on only one character. Bumless Heath. He doesn't like burn because Kathy burned in some random universe. I'm gonna distort, not gonna lie. You know, it's easy to forget about Romero Banderas. I'm so sorry. At this rate, the burn season will end and the burn Heath will still be a myth. The only sinking Sinclair is Mariachi. Right? Well, at least he has something. There are characters that has no burn, there's no sinking whatsoever in any shape or form. Well, if I was Isang, I would also sink hard, right? Sure. Hey, I am merely congratulating her on her promotion and offering a recognition of her excellent accomplishments. I don't see what your problem is here. But we all know the meaning the promotion carries. Indeed, and it's very profound, after all. What meaning is there to a promotion attained without spilling some blood? You were a real piece of work. Let me ask you something then. If everyone behaves like you do around her, tiptoeing around the facts, keeping it hush-hush about what happened, where is she going to get the bare minimum of recognition and the consolation she deserves? Hush-hush would have been nice. I've even overheard some of them whispering that I let my partner die just so I can snag a promotion. So, in that regard, I appreciate that, Otis. Woo, Otis! Finally, Otis getting a W for being herself, you know? This is probably the first time. I was born to use syncing, but forced to use bleed because for some reason I'm not getting a single syncing ID and all my syncing IDs are sharded. I mean, I had to shard most of my syncing IDs. Like I got Knight of Despair, Queen of Hatred, and everything else sharded. If I gotta say by merit of actually drawing the characters per se, Rupture is where it's going on because I got Hongler, Heisho, no, Mao Ryoshu, and Mao Otis all by getting them on the poll. MB Otis, if you were to be compared to the OG Otis, how much of a bootlicker are you? Good question. If we're being technical, I did die, except my brain was intact. Not even K-Corp's regenerative ampules could revive me if he wasn't. Then did Effie also? Apparently they went right for the Effie's head when they stabbed him with a prosthetic. According to the coroner's autopsy. Okay, so they straight away probably focus on his brain, so he wouldn't be able to be revived. Dude, I keep saying I am born to use scene resonance. I want to build as soon as I'm done with the Blood Fiends. I want to make the envy resonance character build, and then I hope that they release other builds focused on one sin. You know, I missed the entire Hey Show banner because I was on vacation. Dude, how long? But there's so many. Oh no, actually, you're talking about the Hay shows. Yeah, the Hay show is Rhodia and Greg, right? Yeah, no, yeah. Sorry, I overdone with my reaction. Yeah, I just sharded Hay show Greg. K Corp ampules, life insurance. Neither of them can revive someone with a damaged brain. It is what it is. The middle IDs are getting outclassed, unfortunately. I know, but I still want to get them just because I like the gimmick. They need to release more. You know, focus on other sins. Like I would love one focus on like gluttony or lust, especially for Mirror Dungeon. Like, can you imagine how impossible would be to kill a gluttony resonance team? Because gluttony usually is linked to healing when it comes to stuff with mirror dungeons. Like they would only die if we can kill them like in one turn. Anyways, let's not dwell on the depressing stuff. We are here for work. Let's get some work done. So let's talk about work, okay? Pilot. Yes, ma'am. Well, let's hear. Coincidentally, I happen to make a friend with the feller who has died to the Gia family, so I brought him over. Hey, is that everything? Yes, sir. Briefing's over. What? That's it? Just as everyone was reeling the stunned silence at at the least informative, least helpful briefing we ever had to this pleasure of sitting through, Ismael was the first to catch herself. She looked up at Sade. Sade, can we rely on you for some elaboration here? The briefing was a good demonstration of the necessity of education. The 5 W's and 1 age principle. Dude, Merceau is basically saying, hey, go to school. When Rickard Cliff releases, he will buff the older middle ID's trust. Little spoiler, someone you know will appear later. I mean, nice spoiler. I like that the spoiler is extremely vague. Could be anyone. Literally anyone. Pink Cliff, I want him. Can you imagine? Ha! Looks like we have a lot to discuss over once we get back, pilot. One Pink Cliff. Did I do something wrong? Shh, pilot, buddy, just stop. You're digging yourself a deeper hole with every word. Gregor quickly learned into warn pilot. Gregor quickly leaned into warn pilot, but it was likely too late. A noticeable crease had already formed between Solid's brows. Prior to commencing this high-priority operation, it was necessary for us to find individuals' connections to H Corp. So we, as the preliminary observation unit, were put to the task, and we managed to establish a connection with an individual. Oh, someone from my family? No, we tried, but your family proved to be a rather difficult nut to crack. However, as we were wasting our precious time with all of our leads, Pilot pursued an unconventional method of establishing this connection. I really didn't hold back on compliments then, and this is how you... Our collaborator is a former employee of the GF family. After leaving the family, he runs a lodging business. Then it's likely that he is far removed from the family politics. Less motivation for him to attack us due to conflicting of interest. Yes, and according to Pilot's report, he still regards the GF family positively. How can I not, considering the blessings they have given me? An unfamiliar voice butted into the conversation, as though to continue Sod's explanations. I humbly present myself before the Fellowship of Young Master Bayou. Please, call me King Tao. He greeted us in a most polite fashion before bringing his hands together in an odd motion. Oh, is this how people greet each other here? Yep, it's called the Bunkwan gesture. Bringing fists and palm together to express respect and peace towards the receiver. You see this way of, greeting someone in a lot of, martial mirroring manhwas webtoons. I'm gonna keep bringing this throughout the entirety of Kento Wait. So it's gonna be repetitive. Spoiler, there are fights in this interval, right? Yeah, do you know the Pequod Heath was a former Big Brother, right? Did you also know that Kikag is a cannibal in the book? Yeah, someone mentioned. Someone mentioned in one of the streams. So then, Pequod Heath frequents Pierre's Bistro. Pierre Bistro, I remember that from Library of Ruina, the lady and the guy that eats people. We have IDs of them on this game, haven't we? I think Ryoshu has her ID, if I'm not mistaken. Aha! Knights greet one another by shaking their hands for the self-same purpose. Forsooth, thou art indeed one possessed of chivalrous spirit. Hello, love. How are you doing? Glad seeing you. Indeed. Yes, the Ryoshu and yeah, Greg. Greg is the guy. Much did I worry about the qualities of people young master has surrounded himself with, but I see that he is in company of those wise in the ways of the West. I prostrate myself before the vast breadth of your knowledge. What grand generosity it is to open ajar the waterways of wisdom to quench my barren lands. Something's feeling familiar about this, right? He's another version of Otis. Nah, she's been getting less and less verbose with bootlicking these days. Not like this guy, for sure. That's true. He's kind of like, how should I put this? A bit much. What are you guys talking about? Communication only by the sound of a ticking clock. This is something I already had known ahead of time. Yet, what a most curious exchange to behold in person. Brief this journey may be, yet I shall find myself thoroughly entertained in this entirety. Ha ha! Maybe it's a subtle sprinkle of disrespect that reminds me of the usual flavor. Wait, is this about me? I love that she got it. You there? Um, was all the butt licking she did supposed to be a source of pride for her or something? Ulta shook her head with clear distaste and strode forward towards me. We are nothing alike, executive manager. Never have I once said such empty flattery in your presence. Fielded nothing but hot air and superlatives. Well, never is a very big word. Blood fiends are one of the most interesting vampires in all of fiction, and I'm so surprised that no one talks about them. I think just because the game is not mainstream. If Limbus Company was a little more mainstream, they would probably do. Because I agree with you wholeheartedly. Blood fiends are great. They are not just simple vampires, and they are not just simple vampires with super strength. They can create the full constructions, and the whole kindred system is very well produced. I say that blood fiends are maybe just lacking compared to the vampires from Vampire the Masquerade, but Vampire the Masquerade has a lot of thought behind it. Blood fiends are still very simple in their base, but they're still more, interesting than most of other vampires besides vampires from the Vampire Masquerade. The middle never forgets. Yes, it does not. Also, welcome. Cannot pronounce your name for the hell of it, but welcome, whoever you are. How does Pngtuber make you feel, Otis? The greatest bootlicker of today versus the greatest bootlicker of all times. They can try to compete to see who can bootlick more. Like, there's literally 2 feet, so it's a fair competition. Which level of Nocturnal Sweeping is this? This is the base of Nocturnal Sweeping. This is just I'm playing the intervalo for the first time. I'll leave the guidance of these back streets to him. Well, looks like this is where... Salde fell silent, her eyes lingering on Vergilius, who stood somewhat apart from the rest of us. So I finally got to meet the Red Glaze in the flesh. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Effie would have loved to be here. Manager? Vergilius seemed to sense her lingering gaze, and walked towards us after nodding slightly in her direction. Manager Salde. Let's not make this any longer than it has to be. I'm not happy to be helping you with your business. I'd much rather put this behind me as soon as possible. Oh, please. It's our historic first collaborative operation, isn't it? Can't you spare a little more time with us? The guide bud's actually doing something. That guy? Yes, unfortunately, LCC has her own business to take care of today, so I won't be accompanying the LCB this time, and the Red Gaze will be helping us out to get it done. Taking Mephi there, vroom vroom. Maybe it's not that unfortunate, now that I think about it. I feel like every mission with the LCB's always been an uphill battle to get anything done. Well, you see, back then we were... I'm just messing with you. I'm sure we have another chance to work together again. Boss, we don't got much time. Wait, before you go, I think you owe us some explanation, Vergilius. I will leave the details to Miss Faust. I'm quite busy. Very well. Vergilius turned around and left towards Mephistopheles with an oddly disgruntled expression. Well then, I'll see you around. Next time I'll show you that I can carry my own weight. Oh boy, the last time we met it really was so darn pathetic. Pilot, competence is shown through action, not words. Paladin Pilot gave us a light nod before following Vergilius. Some sinners opened their mouths to speak, hesitated, and then closed them again. We let them go without a word. Perhaps we didn't know what we could say to not make this an awkward farewell. Very well, please, this way. Or maybe we're simply mindful of this guy who was responsible for the quality of our stay. Don't take glazing competition. They are my favorite vampires, and I have a couple of Blood Fiends OCs. One is based of Rasputin. Nice. There's no limit to the glaze. Very well, very neat indeed. I don't recall who Rasputin is. I know he's a very famous figure. I just don't recall exactly who he is. In the PM anime, if the PM anime becomes a reality, I can see Limbus getting a lot more mainstream. The PM fandom is already cooked with ungodly levels of brain rot. Imagine what going mainstream would do. Oh, it would make people annoying as hell. Like, I can see Limbus becoming mainstream in the best way possible, in the worst way possible. And I can already predict the worst way by far. And you know what it is? We're gonna be at episode 1 of Limbus Company. People will be watching the episode, and they are gonna go down to the commentaries. And people are gonna be spoiling the hell of everything that people are gonna see in the future. Like, I am just starting to learn about Limbus Company, and there's people talking about Ricardo on the comments. That's gonna be the level of it. Like, they already have no problem spoiling. Like I have people coming on my stream wanting to talk about spoilers of the current intervalo slash Kento I am doing at that very moment. Like, I am in the middle of Kento, like, I don't know, 7, and people want to talk about the ending fight. Like, people cannot hold them for like an hour. Can you imagine what they would do if they have foresight?
개체 유형 확인.
Meet at 7.5? Sorry, my eyes are shitty. It would be even worse than the 2020, 2018, 2019 JoJo fandom. I can see a lot of Forsakens calling Ahab a Forsaken reference. Forsaken fans better not exist. Dude, we're gonna have so many people talking so much mad shit. I can see a lot of discussion of like the Limbus community clashing with other communities because of comparisons. Because for the Limbus community, or sorry, the PM community, anything PM does is equal to none in terms of quality. And like any comparison is gonna make them annoyed. I'm gonna to snipe all spoilers, so don't. Warning to new viewers. I mean, you can snipe everything on my stream, but you cannot protect every single person watching the anime whenever it comes out. You know, just make sure it's not all 7 bullets. It's gonna stop on the 7. But yeah, I can imagine like the first episode of the anime. And I hope the anime is animated by a good company, you know? I hope it's not a shitty animation. I hope it's something very high quality. Because I do think this story needs like a high quality showing for people to really get the how amazing the everything it is. PM Company would find a way to find a reference to Black Silence or Wild Hunt. PM Company, I think, better got to sleep. Uh, the 7 bullet no longer applies to me specifically. The free shoots chat mod when? Right? One day. Actually, there's no problem for me to turn their free shoots on my mod for YouTube, actually. Let's see if I can make that happen. Give me a second. It would make total sense. Like, their free shoots is usually around, and they are very good to snipe, you know, to snipe spoilers. Not that, again, the only reason why I start to play Limbus Company is the middle big brother Ricardo. A lot of people have Ricardo as like their role model, so I don't think you're the only one. Okay, they're free shoots. You are now a moderator. You can now censor people and you can time out people. So now you actually have powers. Congratulations, everybody. Everybody, applause to their free shoots. They're a mod. They have more power now. Woo! Let's continue. If I say spoiler, that shit would be gone. There's much cool characters in Limbus, but almost every time is Ahab or Urkling, to be honest. Mine is Ahab, lol. When my friend sent me a photo of her in January, I loved her already. Thank you, my good apple. I'll use this power wisely. You should. Cat the cat lover, welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. The demon got more power, right? And no contract was needed. You know, probably very refreshing. Singing voice. Deep resentment ought to be washed away. I'm not gonna sing. For when the fire one comes, betwixt burned doors shall star fall stray. Are you sure you're going the right way? I don't like the sound of these weird songs. The main streets are most likely teeming with those seeking to bring harm to the young master. We must venture an alternative path. And like he said, there weren't any skirmishes once we made it deeper into dark alleyways. The lack of foot traffic would normally be pretty unsettling, but I guess that's what we need at this moment. As for the song, it's a song that's become rather popular in the backstreets in the recent months. Lyrics are pretty ominous for a popular song. It's a song that spread through word of mouth, singing of how the decimated Kong family. This is not the place to discuss such matters. I will share the tale in more appropriate setting later, should we come across it. Didn't know there was a song like that. Is it the first time you heard it too, Honglu? He's a posh git from the posh family. I doubt he's even set his precious feet in the backstreets, so it's no wonder he never heard anything like it. I have been to the backstreets before, but Heathcliff isn't wrong. I did spend most of my time in my room. That is precisely because we were the most treasured one of that you were the most treasured one of them all, young master. Much like how the jade of the greatest worth is to be cherished, prized, and hidden in the depths of in the deepest of depths of one's coffers where none shall reach. I like him. I love this. She's getting a taste of her own medicine. I love Magic Bullet. He's low-key tough and nonchalant. He's even got game, aka a wife. Well, isn't that one dead? Warning to all new current viewers, if I see a spoiler, that comment will be taken out back. Which Kanto is this? This is no Kanto. This is the Nocturnal Sweeping. It's an intervalo before Kanto 8. Imagine Limbus Company, but after every losing clash, you lose a chromosome. What? Would you? I would be wiped because of Enfalst. Well, Enfalst would wipe a lot of us, both the gays and the prosthetics. To a lesser degree, particularly as of late. So that guy used to work for the Jia family, huh? Do you know him, Honglu? Young master, is there something on my face? Ah, Honglu stopped himself as though a thought flashed in his head and glanced quietly in my direction. Then, it's nothing. Shall we continue walking down this road? Indeed, humble as I may be, I'm very well versed in the roads of this area. Honglu shook his head at me as he casually changed the subject. It was as though he was trying to hide something we know from Qingtao. Should be suspicious of something? He's a collaborator, but only a temporary one. A degree of caution would be advisable. Given Pilot's clear inexperience in naivete, we would do well to remain suspicious of this character. Thoughts approached me as Honglu was nodding along and chatting amicably with our guide. Well, looking back at our journey so far, I think we learned our lesson about blindly trusting every collaborator we come across. With this growing mistrust in mind, I slowly made my distance from the guide before asking Pauls for the burning question. So what was that about back there with Virgilius? Something about him going off to help out? The consequences of his actions at the Wuthering Heights. Oh, his actions were a violation of the more important item of his contract with the company. He is simply taking responsibility for the breach of contract. I think back to the incident at the manor. It feels like such a long time ago now. Well, that's kind of a bummer. It really helped us out of a pickle. What? That's what they're dragging him away for? Is there a problem, honor guests? Ha ha ha! It's nothing, nothing at all. No problem, no problemo, right, Ryoshu? As you, idiot. Merso, can you carry Hikari for a little bit? He's dead tired. He's dead tired. Or he's now dead. He will be done. Hickley punched the gut by the hilt of Hiryoshi's sword, fell forward right on Mercel's welcoming shoulder. Can you imagine if he was actually killed him? That would be funny. Rhodia? You know, the kind of person I hate the most, the kind of dull people who can't read the room. Don't you feel the same, Dante? Yep. I nodded enthusiastically, as something seemed to imply that she wasn't really asking me a question. I don't think she was about to punch my lights out, but Rodian and Ryoshu judged correctly this time. Classified company information must not be discussed in the presence of an outsider. Reminds me of the time he got knocked out cold for a while because he kept asking questions without raising his hands. This guy just doesn't learn, huh? Like, I like that they're working so much as a company now. Like they're looking very proper. Okay. Well, guys, it was nice to be here, but I have a train to catch. Ah, have a nice train ride, Kokomos. Thank you so much for coming. I hope Merso get more than 2 dialogues per canto. His canto's coming close, you know? Eventually he's gonna talk a lot. Merso is the goat, not gonna lie. There is a limit to the glaze. Merso fans would be the sanest people, if not the Frankso image. The Freakso, sorry. If Merso spoke more, he would be too popular and eclipse all of the other singers. I agree with Merm. He is my sister's favorite character. She'd agree he needs more dialogue if only she read the story. I hope he will become more talkative after his canto. Merso is a great character. I really, really love Merso because every time, like, Merso is just right. Yeah, Mr. Sexy. Sorry. You successfully preserved the secrecy of classified information without spilling blood. I applaud this policy. I did good, didn't I? I'm just not a fan of how they're treating Heathcliff like dirt now. It is no problemo, as you say. Then is it well indeed. Yeah, I worry that it appears that the problem has found us anyway. I stopped and looked around, realizing that we were surrounded by a group of people wielding various weapons in their hands. What happened to finding us a safer path? It is likely that my guidance has indeed given us a much safer path away from the more obvious skirmishes. However, to my great regret, it appears that the more observant of our enemies have tracked us here. Damn it. Then why are you even here for? Isn't your job to prevent this exact scenario? Let's leave the finger pointing for later. We gotta have to take them all down. They must not be allowed to disseminate our current location. Exactly. Where are you slinking off to, Miss Qingtao? I must regrettably and humbly say that my talents in war are terribly lacking, so I intend to become scarce for a moment. Yet, I have the utmost faith in the strength of our young master and the honored guest in overcoming this adversity, so... Qingtao was already standing so far away from the front lines that he was practically hiding behind me. Faust, anything you can tell us about these enemies? No, but a consultation with the Gesellschaft. Gesellschaft? Yes. Seems necessary if we were to determine whether negotiation with them is an option. They're coming. Merso, wake Heathcliff up and set him down. I love the dry stump. It will be done. Ma'am, the only reason why Gregor is outcast is because if he has May focus, he become most popular character overall.
때로는 어설펐지만
Pick Sung, pick Balls, pick yeah, pick everyone.
늘제 마음을
Pick it on.
설레게 만들었답니다.
Bro dipped. Bro, not even there anymore. Is that one meme of the guy that just disappears? I wonder who would be the villain of Marcel's Canto. No idea. I never read the book he's inspired by. I see how people calling Vergilius Frogilius because he used ego to calm down Sancho. But Sancho is super broken. He didn't only use ego. He also used Chi and Mon. So clearly, Sancho would be a tough cookie to crack for most of the other callers as well. You know, I don't want people mentioning I don't want anybody mentioning Kali or black colored characters that I should not know anything about. The fraud allegations isn't fair as Sancho is the second Kindred. Well, technically Sancho is now the first Kindred. there's no first anymore.
이만 평이 높여드릴까요?
Sancho's great. I think after we have Don Quixote being a more well-rounded character, made I'll say them because I technically consider them two characters almost. Very good. My guy Kali Red Mist is busted. That's not right. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to say because a lot of people want to compare stuff like with Kali. I think for every single other color that's not maybe red or black, fighting Sancho would be difficult. Not impossible, but it would be difficult. He's a fraud because if you think about it, a character who only has been mentioned in a Twitter thread of 2021 in Korean could you have done it better. Wow, okay, that's wild. You know, no other color in this game, even Kali, hadn't got any lore for herself. Virgilius has Leviathan, which is something that only he has. Which is more than most of the other characters can take.
이 풍진 세상에서 힘껏 살아가느라 수고 많으셨어요. 이제
Oh god. Oh no, she's above 10, right? It's above 10 if I'm not mistaken. So she'll be fine. Oh no, yeah, she loses I always forget that she loses freaking sanity the moment before she shoots. So if she has only 10, she's gonna lose sanity and then shoot, which is terrible.
기쁨이란 건
I gotta always remember that she needs to have like at least like 20
업무가 일찍 끝날 것 같은
sanity.
지금처럼 말이야.
She kicked my ass and the asses of several other abnos at the same time by herself. There shouldn't be a comparison. If the purgatorial theory would become real, what do you think? Well, it's not a theory, like Mermy said, but we continue. What do you think will happen to each sinner in their second canto? Well, they will grow. That's what's gonna happen, right? I think I mentioned here before, but I feel like one thing that we need to happen is either we need to get an up tier 5, where literally the ID changes, or a new version of the base senior IDs, where the sinners are literally stronger than the versions. I see Purgatorio almost like whenever One Piece, Luffy and his crew scattered away for like 3 years and everyone come back stronger. That's how I see the sinners. Everyone kind of like taking like their own training in a way and getting stronger. And becoming better characters. And I think is this Purgatorio is the best way for us to have a lot of story based on characters that had so little. And I'm thinking about Sinclair, I'm thinking about Rhodia, and I'm thinking about Greg, specifically Greg, because like the thing is, we need to focus more on Damien, Sonia, and Herman in order to really showcase these three characters. So we need something that really is focused on these three characters, and by proxy, we talk about the three sinners. When our sinners now get saved by the plot, first is help of the little guy in Kanto 3 versus Cromer. Yes, the first time we got help was Damien destroying Cromer, then in the Indigo Fixer destroying Ricardo, and then Vergilius stopping the Wild Hunt. Those are the three biggest times that we needed someone to step in to help us. It's not a theory. She doesn't have her Yisung therapist. There are folders in the game files called Purgatorio and Paradiso. We need Alephigos. Yeah, their Frisian is correct. We need Alephs. In all senses and purposes, something that was mentioned on the prior intervallo needs to be something existent. Limbus Company needs to eventually start becoming a threat. You know, I can see Limbus Company, the sinners, kind of losing some link towards the company and becoming a threat to the nest. And then going up like we do in Library of Ruina, where you go like through, um, urban myth, urban plague, urban nightmare, to the point that the sinners themselves are something dangerous around. Purgatorio is going to be post time skip. Yeah, that's what I imagine. I imagine that we're gonna have a time skip of a couple of years. And then we're gonna go for Purgatorio. And Purgatorio will be a bunch of new stuff happening and a bunch of flashbacks of what the sinners been doing during the time skip. So we can imagine the cantos to be huge, because the cantos are probably going to be a mix of flashback time and a mix of current time going back and forth. So we're going to get some big chunks of story. Gregor grows second bug arm buff. For me, Gregor can go full bug. Gregor could control the ability of going full bug. Purgatorio, Ricardo, and the Indigo Elder team up to save Dante for sure. I want to see Dante distort. As a German, I find it so funny how people pronounce their free shoots. I know, probably not the proper way. I've heard a German person speak, and I will say a proper way for a German person to speak is incredibly well. Most times, I'm not gonna be that one person that wants to say that to everything. But most times that I hear someone genuinely speak German, it's kind of hot. Like the accent and the way that they pronounce the words, it's pretty, enticing. For my ears. I don't know you guys. So yeah, for sure, I don't pronounce the words with such hotness. Limbus Company probably gonna reach Star of the City by the end of Purgatorio. I don't know if by the end of Purgatorio, but we should start going up the ranks during Purgatorio for sure. And you can be correct. You can say that Purgatorio, instead of being divided, okay, that could be a could you imagine that Purgatorio is not divided by cantos, but divided by us going through the ranks of being wanted, similar to Library of Ruina. Like urban myth, urban legend, urban nightmare. Each one of those are a different canto per se, which a bunch of story inside. So we're not really focusing everything with one sinner, but talking about everyone in a whole. I love how Limbus Reddit is living in another timeline. I once saw someone say that the sinners are already stars of the city level. What? No. Anyone that would say that didn't play regular checkup. Regular checkup is the best way for us to understand how strong our sinners are currently. Which they are not. Stars Paradiso is star of the city. I don't know. I cannot really assure that we're gonna go there, but we could be there. It's not so funny until you heard an old man with a Lamian German accent. We should be at least urban plague by now. What? I think that's exactly what homeboy from LCB said. The LCC. What's the guy from regular checkup? The scientist. I already forgot his name. I think he actually mentioned what would we be, and I think he mentioned that we could be something equal to urban plague, which I do agree. I think we're somewhere about urban plague. Limbus company becoming a star of the city until they see a guy with a black mask on his face. I mean, that would be scary. Beginnings, I'm so fucking scared right now. Crap, I forgot the threat system in the PM universe. I don't remember every single. What's the start of the city correlates to again? Star of the city is literally the top threat. Star of the city is the head is sending people after you. We're talking about arbiters and color fixers being put against you. That's what happens whenever you get to start of the city. Once I saw Homelander versus Ricardo truly peak Limbus content. Who win this fight all of the 12 sinners versus a single grade 2 fixer? Damn. I don't know, because you gotta remember, we got our ass handed to us whenever we fought Siegfried on the on K-Corp. Big city threat, basically, or just very famous and well, Star of the City is the top threat level. There's no higher than that. Fault lies with you, Carmen. That Persona guy, fair warning, Archer has not completed Library of Ruina. Try to avoid spoilers, but you haven't said one yet, but you're just... Sure. I have not, I've not played lore, and I have not spoiled myself. What's an urban plague? So, urban plague, urban nightmare, what we're mentioning here is how the Hun Association deems threats of the city. So whenever a fixer is dispatched by the Hen Association or they get a new job by the Hen Association, there is a threat level attached to said event. And most things are urban legend, urban myth, and urban plague. If I'm not mistaken, urban legend, myth, and plague are the three first ones that you go through. And then you got urban nightmare upwards. I forgot every single one of how those threat levels go, but Start of the City is the top one. Start of the City is where you're such a high level threat that everybody in the city, no matter where you go, must have heard about you. Things like Library of Ruina comes into mind. The Library of Ruina, by the end, should get to Star of the City, so everybody's aware of it. Okay, nevermore. I don't think they're becoming that powerful. Like, imagine 12 stars of the city working together while being immortal. Well, technically, them together as a group would be called Star of the City. I don't think that each one of them by themselves would be equivalent to a star of the city by the end of Purgatorio, maybe by the end of Paradiso. But still, 1 star of the city is something dangerous enough. Like, uh, um, we were talking about like literally the strongest of the strongest going after you. They would target Dante, and that's the problem. What we need Dante to either get stronger by himself, or we need the sinners to be insane. Because one thing that we've learned during the regular checkup is that everything is nulled the moment that we think that they should just target Dante. The moment they would just kill Dante, everything goes to shit because Dante is who deploys not just our ability to revive, but Dante is who deploys our IDs. So without Dante, we don't have IDs and we don't have revive. So we're talking about sinners, base, power, and that's it. Only thing I know from lore is Roland. Yes, Roland is the main thing about Library of Ruina. So sinners can just focus on protecting him like Marceau or Otis. By the way, is this guy gonna continue the Intervallo? Well, if this guy keeps reading, maybe yeah, maybe not. Together we are Limbus Company. My rich adult friend is gonna buy me lore and Lobcorp when it's on sale. So my rich adult friend. That is a very weird way to put that phrase, Yugori. But I'll take that. Okay, since that Persona guy wants me so bad to continue the Intervallo, I must. Hostiles in the immediate vicinity have been eliminated. Our collaborator, who had been hiding far from the battle, quickly ran up to our side as soon as the fight ended. Are you unhurt, young master? Yep, I'm totally fine. Of course, our honored guests' martial skills were all exceptionally brilliant, but young master, your light was the brightest even amongst the incandescent. This humble servant could not hold back his tears at the wondrous sight. To witness such excellent martial arts from none other than the young master himself. What an unexpected surprise. But don't the children of the Gia family undergo all kinds of strict training regimens from childhood? It was simply my assumption that the young master had ceased his trainings once he departed the family. Anyway, how do you think they tracked us down anyway? About that, it appears that we weren't exactly tracked down. Perhaps it may be that Ilk, who lurk in these parts of the back streets, recognized the young master's venerable countenance. I don't think my face is that well known. The family hierarchy evaluations are nigh. Every soul living in Hongyan must know the face of the young master, who's loved by every elder of the family. It must be that they are under the assumption that you are carrying something of great value. Family hierarchy, huh? I didn't Giashichan say something about heirs back then? They are all assumed wrong then. I didn't bring anything precious that the elders might be looking for. Young master, even now? I just couldn't care less about it, that's all. Besides, many of my siblings are much better fit to be the family hierarch than I am. Well, that's indeed a little relief. He sounds disappointed. King Tao seems very disappointed with this. Why does that emoji look like that? I don't know. Nah, trust Marceau alone is 11 stars of the city. Marceau alone counts at 11 stars. Okay, yeah. You're right. All Dante has to do is tell Marceau to win. Just wanna see you seeing the surprises Interval is hiding. Marceau, defeat a color fixer in battle. No more words about surprises. I'm warning you. Damn, their free shoots is literally pointing his sniper towards that Persona guy. Any more words, and the 7 is right through your skull. A relief, is it? Well, but of course, it is a highly dangerous endeavor to partake in the hierarchy evaluations, so it is a great relief to know that young master is not putting himself in unnecessary danger. I guess it could be a relief, sort of. Well, now that we took them all down, there shouldn't be any more on the way, right? Greg, can we not jinx ourselves for 1 second? Why are you laughing, Ryoshi? Now I'm worried. Please do not concern yourselves any further. We will take a more clandestine path. I guarantee a safe and easy passage for our destination. I still have a hard time buying that. The lay of this place would constitute a perfect place to set up an ambush in most places. Yet you claim that this is the safer path? Yeah, I must ask you to place your faith in the humble servant, for Hongyan is not like most places. Fine, for now. Otha shut her eyes for a moment, out of retorts, then turned to look at Ismail. Hey Ismail, you must have a pamphlet of this place handy, don't you? No way, you're actually going to read it? Why else would I ask? No, I mean, how could I not be caught off guard after almost a whole year of getting brushed off by everyone every time I plead with them to read the damn pamphlets? Like, hell, did no one think to... I'll find my own intel if you're just going to ramble on and on with your grievances. Okay, fine, here is it. Otis opened the pamphlet and began instantly glaring at the text, as though she didn't want to miss even the smallest details of information in there. Suspicion clear on her knitted brows. Right, Merceau summoning every other Merceau like the Power Rangers, like every single red Power Ranger coming together. Because once you give an order to one Merceau, you give an order to every single one. Hello, Sandy. Merceau, make the anime. Kezan.
단피가 떨어질 때군요.
You know, it's very disappointing that Faust has basically like two IDs that everybody uses. We have Malfaust, and we have the one who shall grips. We have Enfaust. And then some people have like the Moth one or the Blade Lineage one here and there. We were in a desperate run, all the while fighting off hordes upon hordes of enemies. And don't even start with what's the name? The Cracker Faust, the one that's Sasha. Nobody uses that one. Oi, what happened to safe and easy passage? Explain this shite! It appears that the young master's radiant countenance was made known. I thought we were finding a more clandestine passage. How come we're just getting jumped by even more enemies? As I have said, the young master's radiant... Okay, someone shut him up. At least try to give a variation to your excuses. I cannot so easily say that he's being untruthful, given the disjointed allegiance of the enemies attacking us. Otis played with the pamphlet in her hand, clearly frustrated but unable to establish anything concrete. For people without a clear allegiance to attack a member of the Gia family, looks like everyone in the backstreets has been getting pretty lucky while I was away. Back then, I couldn't even catch a glimpse of their faces. They'd all be on their hands and knees whenever we walked past. Ah, what a wonderful change. Oh, shove that wonderful change of your ass and your bloody loon. How much longer till you get there? My cousin is near. Calm your worries. Our guide seems oddly calmer now than he did at the beginning of this journey. Did he really get numbed all to all the violence that fast, or... Speaking of which, what's a cousin? It's a term commonly used to refer to taverns, inns, or equivalent places of lodging in this region. Lodging, huh? Like a hotel? Oh, it's gotta be pretty fancy then, huh? Do they serve like complimentary snacks and drinks like the warp train? Not sure about that, but it seems like the cousin also serves alcohol and food alongside their lodging services. Maybe you can get a meal in there. And phew, hopefully we won't be attacked there like this. Residential non-aggression taboo. Any mutual acts of violence inside a residential building is, within this particular area and floor of Hongyeon, a taboo. A taboo. We may rest easy within then. I saw False's eyebrows slightly twitch as though she had just heard the most ridiculous thing, but I guess I'll ask her about it later. Man, if it's for some kind of family hierarchy or family head selection contest, why couldn't they save all this fighting until then? Because it would be too late. Huh? Late how? Every hierarchy candidate must have brought incredibly precious treasures with them. It would be nice if they believed that their own treasure is the most precious of them all, but but everyone's going to try to take each other's just to be sure. I see. Just in case someone else brought something even better than their own. And might as well kill them too, for the sake of the convenience. Is that how the folks in your family think? What kind of line of thinking is that? But other families didn't seem too different of mine. Damn, deepest apologies for intruding upon this most enthralling conversation. However, we may inviting even further trouble by dallying here. With that, the guide pulled out a watch and checked the time. It will be nighttime soon. Uh, if he ever distorted Merceau, undistort and gain ego, right? If a sudden voice starts talking to you, Merceau, just say no and acquire ego instead. What if Merceau got trapped in warp train for a lot of times and become a powerful scholar fixer? It wouldn't, because it would all reset back to normal. Merceau, unnerve yourself. Now I want to see a conversation between Merceau and Carmen, right? I use Wuthering Falls. Well, maybe I like seeing Falls explode. I mean, I like my Falls as well, my Wuthering Falls. Hope you're keeping well. I am keeping well, Sandy. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. I wonder what the Indigo Elder's doing right now. I don't know, fishing. Yeah, fishing. Fishing minigame forever. Guys, I'm gonna get me some water and something to snack on. I'll be right back.
다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아하는데도 지금은 감회가 새로워요.
I'm back. I think I'll continue to eat through my Sour Patch Kids, painting my giant Ismail artwork on W Place while watching your stream. Nice! Grown abnormality and still eats gummies. Now we wait. I thought you would be painting done considering your profile. Maybe they already did.
피차 동정은 필요 없겠죠. 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
괜찮아. 이젠 안 아플. 형태 붕대 확인.
이 풍진 세상에서 힘껏 살아가느라
해체 어가
수고 많으셨어요.
진행하겠습니다.
이제 모든 짐 놓으셨으니
그렇게 서 있으면
그 끝에
목이
고요한
떨어질
휴식이
수밖에.
있기를.
일발 장전. 안심해라. 고통은 없어.
괜히 저항하지 말고 받아들여. 그게 덜 아플걸?
이 풍진 세상에서 힘껏
대체요.
살아가느라 수고
진행하겠습니다.
많으셨어요.
형태 붕대
이제 모든 짐 놓으셨으니 그 끝에 고요한 휴식이 있기를. 단원 보급해드리겠습니다.
Ooh. They for sure just used the 1v1 me, bro.
격발.
각자의 위치가 있으니 피차 동정은 필요 없겠죠. 이 풍진 세상에서 힘껏 살아가느라 수고 많으셨어요. 이제 모든 짐 놓으셨으니 하려 그 끝에 각자의 위치. 피차 동정은 필요 없겠죠. 피차 동정은 필요 없겠죠.
Come on, the Persona guy, don't give up so easily. Now, here we are. Is this the place? After running through alleyways after alleyways, after turning corner after corner, we finally came across the site of several small buildings silently built next to one another. At the center of them was a building with red lamps, adorned with a door plate, with a complicated-looking letters scribbled over it. This is shoddier than I expected. Hey, isn't this place a bit too trashy to house your precious young master? That is not our building. Please, look this way to see where our honored guest will be staying for the night. I knew it. I heard so much from Honglu about all the splendor, all the... Huh? We follow King Tao Finger and arrive at a small warehouse of sorts. It is serious painted in black. That looks smaller than even Mephistopheles. Can we all fit in there? Hey, that place looks trashy as heck, even for us, let alone your young master. This is the nearest Kazan we could afford to stay in. At least among the ones that I manage, yeah, its location in the back streets heavily limits the level of decency can afford. My deepest and sincerest apologies, young master. Don't worry, we can always leap into decent places. It looks just fine for an overnight stay to me. Are you nuts? Can that thing even fit all of us in there? Much did I wish to guide the honor guest to the family mansion in the central zone. However, the time... the sweeping wave. Doesn't that start at 3:13 in the morning? I feel like we've got plenty of time together. Sorry. Exactly. Don't we have more than enough time to get to the family mansion? According to the H-Corp travel guide, the central area is only like an hour away from here. Has the owner guest traveled in District 8 before? Well, no, this is my first time here, but then one must ask how the owner guest could claim to have the full understanding of a place merely by flipping through a book, when she hasn't sorry, when she hasn't had to contend with it in person. Innumerable unpredictable changes await in this teeming jungle of buildings. The ever-shifting structures, the constantly changing past, ambushes from foolish yet vicious syndicates or even offices in the backstreets. Oh, and we are beset by danger from all sides. Such blood flippant approach to predicting the phenomena of this place is to court death. Even a toddler must know that. One fails to disguise his utter sorrow at the inadequacy of her wisdom. It's just me, or we're all thinking back to Ismail back at the Great Lake. Zip it, Dante! But if the guidebook lists a path, does it not imply that it's technically possible to reach there in time? Otis suddenly took a step forward. In her hand was the H-Corp travel pamphlet that Ismail was talking about. I have faith that that if our executive manager would lead us into your directionally challenged stead in your directly challenged stead, they would be able to lead us to our destination before night falls. Me? This does not appear to have been discussed beforehand. Very well, allow me to speak freely without frills. My responsibility is to bring the honored guest to the central zone and to ensure the young master's safety. It is, indeed, technically possible to reach the family mansion before the night in the back streets commences. Technically. Yet, not even one iota of danger to the young master shall be permitted. The mission that has been so graciously bestowed upon this humble servant is not to guide the young master with haste, but to guide him with utmost safety. Oh, it is said that those engaging in strategies and plans must remain wary of losing sight of their purpose. To stubbornly forge on towards the family mansion in lieu of necessary intel to see when these mobs of assailants would end is wrongly prioritize the journey over the destination. Buddy, am I crazy enough to fight Ricardo cause he can still miss, but I ain't taking my chances against abnormality that doesn't miss a single bullet, right? As the Lord of Fabulous Hair says, everyone has their own tastes. Slender to gummies will not be tolerated. Gotta go for now, enjoy the interval and good luck with that part. Thank you so much, Christopher. Have a good time, good rest of your day. You. Oh, you. Wonderful, truly impressive. You have all the qualities of someone I would trust with my life when devising a stratagem. This is the most fitting attitude for those who genuinely wish the best for those they serve. Really, you're just gonna start going along with him all of a sudden? I have misunderstood your intentions, truly. Huh. They sparked my ire by comparing some of your choice of words with my very own. Huh. Yet, now my eyes have been opened to the honest loyalty that lies within your heart. Ha ha ha! This humble servant did not imagine, even in his wildest dreams, that there would be someone who understands the fathoms of his loyalty. It seems the young master has certainly gained an eye for allies in fellowship. This is a cause for much relief in my heart. Ha ha ha! Listen to him! This one knows how to jest! They're basically best buds now, huh? Ahem. I may have lost my cool for a moment there. Anyway, this man speaks true. It is highly likely that we'd be exposed to attacks of similar nature were we to continue moving at this time. They're free shoots. Have you ever thought about hiring King Tao if anything happens with Otis? Just keep that in mind, you know? If you lose her, you have someone just quite like her to offer a new contract. She's just fully on his side now, isn't she? That's when I realized that she was looking in my direction. The exaggerated smile had all but completely faded from her face, replaced with an odd but dead serious expression. When our gazes locked, she nodded. She must be completely turned around by that guy. Is this her way of saying, so long, I'm gonna quit and go work with this guy now? Thanks for everything? And as for this hotel, it is Still much better than sleeping outdoor than barracks. We should be able to relieve ourselves of some fatigue before moving on. Did you not earlier insist on continuing our search for a better accommodation with the greatest vehemence, Miss Otis? Yeah, whatever. We get your point. Let's go inside. My humblest self can only behold your generous acceptance of this insufficient lodging. Yeah. Sorry. With the deepest gratitude. After all the serious talk, the man seemed oddly relieved to hear our decision as he brought his fist and palm together. Architecture of today mustn't be judged with such haste merely by an observation of their exterior. The interior may hold aught to be surprised of. Worry not. Right, it could be bigger on the inside. Ned here, a bear. Okay. You could have just decided to go full German there. No, I won't hire him. Too weak. If we look at Otis' background and who is she based, should be scared. He should be scared. We should be scared. Odysseus? But wasn't Odysseus kinda... Like, Odysseus was a hero. I know that. That's important. With Rhodians surrendered, wouldn't that be nice? We made our way into the building. Oh, this is actually not so bad. It's clean in here. The place represents a rather classic aesthetic. The landscape painting lining the walls give off a rather sophisticated mood. And it's much more spacious inside than it looks from the outside. Did they use some kind of space extension technology in here too? No, it seems that the building only appears small due to the density of structures in proximity. Well, the door is now open. Should my presence be required, I shall be in the small shed next to his building. Please, do converse freely. The man smiled awkwardly and quietly excused himself as the excitement amongst the sinners began to grow. Meanwhile, Hong Lu stood a fair distance from the guide, quietly watching his face as he left. His expression was enigmatic, as if he was gazing upon the clouds, the flowers, or even the wind. Yet there was no light in those eyes. It was as if they beheld a storm cloud, a desolated field of wilted flowers, and a howling, destructive gale. Do you suspect something, Hong Lu? So I decided to ask. Not yet, I don't think. Huh? Not yet? So, big brother, something felt off for you too, huh? That was when we caught a familiar voice. Wow, Chichan! It's you! And so soon too! Yeah, I told you I had a feeling we'd be seeing each other again very soon. Basin should be scared. Nice here. But that's all I got. Care to translate, please? Still learning. Odysseus, I'm considering fusing for them in Nocturne. Oh yeah, Dionysus. Yes, Dionysus on Nocturne. It's the very colorful guy. Dionysus is great in Nocturne, by the way. I feel like he's all focused on buffing and debuffing, if I'm not mistaken. This Apple approves that choice. And you know, almost there. You know, Dionysus, Odysseus, all Greek. Have you been well, young master? I'm so glad to see you're doing well, Mr. Wei. Oh, wait. Don't tell me you're staying here too, Chichen. I normally wouldn't ever set foot in a place like this, but I ran some kind of a large-scale construction on my way back to the family mansion. I had to come in through the back streets. So we weren't the ones troubled by that one random so we weren't the only ones troubled by that random construction site. Oh, hail to thee! Ah, the confident look on Chichen's face was immediately replaced by that of alarm. Did she lose her memories again? Is she with you? No, Don Quixote is the same as always. But she looks such an airhead. Young Chichen, well, wouldst thou accompany me to the lounge but a moment, so that we may share a moment of catching up? Oh yeah, actually, let's do that. Hold on. Gia Chichen seemed to hesitate for a moment, staring at Don Quixote after hearing that her memories were intact, before walking right up to her. I like that idea. Shall we? Wait, why don't you go and find a room for me to stay in while I talk some things out with her? Uh-huh. What? You wanted to do some catching up, right? This, manager Esquire? Loss of critical personnel may be a cause of disciplinary action, Dente. I don't think there's anything wrong with making friends, though. Looks like Tichan really likes Don Quixote if she is comfortable enough to tease her like that. It's not Don Quixote she likes. She obviously just wants Don Quixote's power she saw back then. My lady, this is hardly the appropriate place for. Fine, I'll try again later. Get some sleep. I'm heading in too. Eugene sighed with a bit of disappointment before heading into the lobby. Well, let's all head inside now. So, I and the rest of the sinners followed her into the lodging. You know, Chichen, don't try to bite more than you can chew. She was confident enough that she would rank higher than Dawn on the checkup, or she was just being delusional.
완벽한 승리를
I
보여드릴 수
mean,
있어
I
영광이네요.
think she was just being delusional for sure.
분명
Also, I
관리자님이
think maybe she
비롯한
forgot
선구자분들의
how
활약
strong
때문이겠죠.
Don Quixote is. But she got second place. That's good enough. Oh, look at the dead way ending the ever so rupture queen now. Delusional, I think. Come on, Dawn's the second kindred. What was Otis thinking? Though, to be fair, she did get second place, right? Right, now, she got second place. She's good enough. I was not even guessing that she would be second place in fighting. I thought other people would. I think like someone like Ryoshi would get in front of her. Everyone was busy looking around and commenting on various things in our lodging, but Sinclair appeared to be the most anxious of them all. Sinclair? Something in here just stands out. Like, imagine the ideal picture. Yeah, but I thought Ryoshi would be second. I really feel like Ryoshi was the strongest. You know, besides Don Quixote full blood fin. Did you call? Also, I was not expecting Isung to be last, but after the things were like released, makes sense. Even though I feel like Isung probably has the best collection of IDs in this game. Like if you see every single one of Isung's ID, all of them are pretty great. Bell Bullet, Sullen Lament, Spice Bush, the Neo Yisung, uh, Liu Yisung, Ring Yisung, all of them are pretty good. Like there's no complaining on any single one of his IDs. But technically, Yisung by himself, yeah, I feel that he could be the weakest. Maybe she was just assessing herself in terms of if she fought base Dawn or not Dawn. Right? Yes, that's what I think so. Like they were not considering Bloodfiend. They were just considering base Don Quixote. Just base Don Quixote without Bloodfiend. Yeah, she wouldn't be the strongest, but I don't think that they can discount Sancho anymore. I missed that joke, Yisung. That's not what I was. I'm not. Anyway, okay, because he said ideal. Something here stands out. Like imagine an ideal picture. Did you call? Sorry, I missed the joke. I missed the joke, Yisung. That was not a. I'm not. Anyway, I am the only one who feels like something stands out like a sore thumb from the whole picture. Oh, yeah, glad you brought it up. I didn't say anything because I thought it was just me. Rhodia, so what's so off about this place? Isn't it obvious? Where all the complimentary snacks go? What's the weird mystery table in the center of this room? Well, it kind of feels off-putting. They have a point. Based on still strong enough to with the lance, the weapon used to horseback and dual sword, her strength is underestimated. No, sure, but you know, just pure strength, Rhodey and Merceau also have a lot. I think there's more to fighting than just strength. That's why Otis and Yoshu are so up there, because there's technique and, you know, knowledge and skill behind everything. So I still wouldn't put Don Quixote so high up based on just that alone. In Kanto 1, when they were killing each other on the bus, Dawn just pierced through the skull of Ryoshi with her lens. I remember that. But again, they were not really like Dawn did that with Ryoshu because Ryoshu was not even caring. Because Ryoshu had just killed Heathcliff, if I'm not mistaken. And then Don Quixote killed her. Using that event as the proof that Dawn would be stronger than Ryoshu is kind of silly. And Dawn threw her lens at bulletproof glass and pierced it with zero effort. Guys, I'm not discarding that Dawn has sheer strength that is very remarkable. I'm not talking about just sheer strength. That is the most powerful in combat. There's more to combat than just like wielding a strong lens. Like I think if Ryoshi wanted to kill Dawn without, Bloodfiend's powers like affected, she would probably just overpower Dawn with sheer like, speed and technique. Uh-huh. That is kind of weird though. What's the table doing there? Its saturated colors are quite the pleasant sight to behold. So it's any better in... What the hell is that hideous table? The kerfuffle was sparked by the particular unsightly piece of indoor furniture calmed somewhat once everyone made it inside the building. Why is everybody so triggered by this one odd placed... I'm gonna take a print screen of this just because they're talking so much about it that now I'm over focusing. True, but remember that Dawn is a war veteran as well. She got more than strength. War veteran? Which war? Of course, no one was able... You talk about the War of the Blood Fiends? I don't think the War of the Blood Fiends are fought that way. I think they're just using sheer power against each other, almost. I am more surprised how her lens is not broken yet. Yeah, I was not even considering the Blood Fiend War. Sure. It's still... I don't know. I don't feel like she is that high compared to Ryoshu and Otis, besides her own Blood Fiend powers. Of course, no one was able to discern the real purpose of the table yet. But I think this was more of like a agree to disagree kind of situation. We just don't see it the same way. And since there's no way to actually say anything because they didn't measure Dawn's power just based on base Dawn, but Bloodfiend Dawn, we'll never know. Yeah, that's my exact point of thought. But I don't think that Bloodfiends fight wars similar to humans fight wars. I think they just throw powers against each other and see who kills the other first. Every step on the floor leaves back residue on the shoes. Not only on the floor, touching the walls leaves an unidentified black substance to one's fingers. Not to mention how the walls ripple in an odd fashion. What could possibly be the construction of this structure? Moisturizer inside. Thank you, Vernito. I have some milk with me. I'm gonna drink more. Okay. Well, my guess is that the maintenance staff has been lacking. Maybe, but why is everything so neatly organized if that's the case? I've been to enough city establishments to tell when a place has gone a while without a tidy up. At least it appears that the room is furnished with a bed. While this is far from optimal, executive manager, we may be able to rest here. I guess they really didn't have any time to clean up. Nocturnal milking. Okay. Veneto, whenever you say things like that, it can be misconstrued. Jiachi-chan, the last person to walk in after having taken her time to examine the area outside the lobby, stared blankly around the room with an aghast expression. I'm not even sure what to say to this ridiculous negligence. Dan found her room after leaving a scathing remark. It ain't the first time that we're sauntering right into some shady business in it. I just crossed the bridge when it comes to it, right? I guess. Anyone could tell that there was something definitely wrong about that guy. Some seniors, including Heathcliff, had already slumped to the floor, vociferously expressing their desire to rest with a collective sigh of exhaustion. Well, it is pretty weird, but at least we have a roof over our heads. In that case, Dante, perhaps this may be a good time to announce today's close of business? I've never made this announcement outside of the bus before. Alright. I hereby confirm today's closure of business for the sinners. Understood. Thank you kindly. Starting now, you will all be given a maximum of 12 hours to partake in sleep and rest. The duration is subject to change. Have a good night. As soon as you finish, the sinners each began to relax on their own ways, some stumbling into their rooms, while others lingering to speculate over the bizarre table at the center of the room. Save for Otis, that is. Got something to say, Otis? Yes, Executive Manager. It's about our guide, King Tao. Your new best friend from earlier. Seemed like you guys were getting getting along pretty well. What? That was simply untrue. Did you not see the signal I gave you earlier? What signal? Oh, you mean when you nodded slightly in my direction? Indeed, that was an individual. That individual has an informational advantage over us when it comes to this locale. Regardless of how sound the accusations we came up with were, he would have been able to explain them away using his familiarity with the region. I thought, as the party with an informational disadvantage, it would be wise to feign camaraderie and friendship with that individual and go along with their plans while trying to dig out as much intel as possible. I seriously thought that suspicious guy totally won you over. Executive Manager, I've been in this business for many years. How could you even imagine that I would be fooled by an amateur spy who's so overtly it's nothing. Ota's disappointment was palpable, but she stopped herself as though she remembered that there were more important matters at hand. While it's uncertain as how long that individual will be accompanying us, it would be reasonable to speculate that he approached the LCCB with the explicit purpose of eliminating Honglu, Jia Bayu. I present the fact that he was pilot, that inexperienced greenhorn who somehow conveniently came across this connection as another evidence supporting this action. I agree. Basically, the guy already probably seen Pilot trying to get people and approached Pilot, and then Pilot just, things started that way. Does he know? Don't. Just don't. Apparently I don't know. People with must hate Otis, huh? Okay, is my chat cutting? Because that seemed longer than it a second. Oh. No, just the word cuts in a word place there. Okay, let's continue. That's also true. Faust also has information to share. Faust joined the conversation after listening to our discuss for some time. Oh, by the way, welcome back, Shi. Thank you so much for joining us. A review of every known taboo has failed to identify one he called residential non-aggression taboo that universally prohibits acts of violence within residential areas. Then that also has to be. It is too early to come to a conclusion regarding that matter. It appears that this area, Hongyi-1, has taboos that change depending on your location within its territory. However, considering every other circumstantial evidence, we can come to a conclusion that he was most likely lying to us. Your assessment cannot be denied. In that case, we must already be deep within the enemy's machinations. The constant stream of random assailments we faced earlier was also most likely a part of the plan. It may very well be that this building itself is also a trap. yet we lack the intelligence about this particular back streets to be certain. Okay, since this okay, since the name of this intervalo is Nocturnal Sweeping, and we know that the sweepers are gonna be a big part of it, it means that we need to be outside to be victims of the sweepers. What if we are outside? Like, what if this place is actually outside? Or what if this place opens up at a sudden moment and then we're just exposed to the sweepers? I think that's what might happen. Does he know message will be deleted? I am tired of them, and no, he does not know. Guys, it's all cool, Durf issue. That's enough. It's not spoilers. But do what you must, my dear mod. However, we do have one minor advantage. It seems that they have severely underestimated our capabilities, given the low caliber of the assailants they decided to send after us. One thing we can capitalize is that the mutual lack of intel. Keep our guard up, remain alert, and we should be able to navigate our way out of this trap. Executive Manager. Okay, I get it now. I'm so sorry about misunderstanding. Honestly, I didn't know who or what to trust. Then I would appreciate if you could trust me fully next time. Otis bowed politely and returned to her room. Faust and I chatted a little more about Pngtuber and his plans, but our discussion ended without bearing much fruit. Yeah, we need to trust Faust because she wants to make sure that we're gonna be by her side whenever it's all said and done. Witnessing. What will be witnessing? I realized that Honglu was missing as I was spending time chatting with the sinners. I didn't notice him going into his room. So I walked to the exit about to look for Honglu outside and ran into Jia Shishan and Wei, who decided to stay in the room close to the door. Getting late. Where are you going alone without a guard? Oh, I'm just looking for Honglu. Right, I can't understand what you're saying. Oh, right. When it comes to conversing with these sinners, I find that there are two types of people. The first type usually says whatever is on their mind without pausing for or caring to hear my reply. Given that this type of person isn't actually looking to communicate with me, that simplifies things a little on my end. However, it's also oddly insulting, as it seems as though they don't recognize me as a human, but rather a wall or a clock on a wall. The other type is one that reads me so well that they might as well be able to hear what I'm saying. Vergilius falls into the latter category. Recognize the pitch of my tics and talks, reads my body language, or sometimes even claims to see my expression like how Don Quixote does. And Giachician, who saw through me with that short exchange. Okay, let's see. Just looking to get some early morning air. Does your prosthetic head even have a respiratory function? Wouldn't have guessed from the way he looks. Did not belong in either category. No, not really. Just looking for Honglu because I haven't seen him in a while. You're shaking your head, so no. Then you're looking for something to eat? She is the new one, the type that tries to figure out what I'm saying without asking for help. My lady, wouldn't it be wise to wake or find someone who may be able to translate? They would have done that themselves, uh, that themselves if it were something important. I'm kind of curious though. What was the hand gesture you made when I first asked? Brought your index finger up to your cheeks? Well, Honglu's always smiling, so I thought maybe I could simulate his smile to convey that I'm looking for him. Perhaps it was an effort to express cuteness or beauty. What? No, I was just trying to express a smiling face. Oh no, this isn't going to be easy, is it? They're TikToking a lot more vigorously. I think you're onto something. This conversation was starting to veer into a completely unintended territory. After a bit of trial and error, I see you're looking for my big brother, huh? We took some very roundabout ways, but I was eventually able to get her to understand what I was trying to say. Well, if he's who you're looking for, that's easy. You should be able to find him by the lounge back there. I doubt he got very far from here, if he even left. So that's what you're trying so hard to communicate. Chen was, strangely enough, disappointed and dispirited by my reply. I did have something to tell you too, but never mind. I feel like the mood's been ruined. Let's talk about this in another time. I was curious, but it was also take ages for me to ask how she's feeling. So I nodded to express my gratitude before heading back to the entrance. And found Honglu gazing at the hazy scene at the opaque window. Can't believe Dante was Diddy? What? Archer, will you be pulling for the new Ryoshu? Because I definitely will. Nope. No, I won't be pulling for the new Ryoshu. Um, I am still very far for me to start building a bleed team. And there's no point of me to waste my resources now since we're getting ever closer to the freaking collaboration with Arknights. So I'm just gonna save my lunacy for now. Only idiots don't trust false. That said, I don't trust her. I haven't played Rena, so the Angela allegations ain't beating themselves. Okay. Loud incorrect buzzer. Dante doesn't breathe. Better luck next time, Shishin, right? I'm not pulling the Noriyoshu because I don't have Pell Bullet, neither do I have any bleed team. Yep. That, like, I technically have a pseudo bleed team, but it's all like nothing good. I only have like Princess, and I cannot do anything with just 180. So I'm just gonna leave Ryoshu for me to shard another time when I do decide to bleed my Blood Fiend team. To bleed. To build my Blood Fiend team. I've been an Encore believer since day one. Okay. And found Honglu gazing at the hazy scene in the opaque window. What are you doing here? Huh? People watching. There were some people stumbling through the streets outside. As I stared outside the window at the scene, Honglu seemed to sense what I was thinking and began. Are you worried for me, Dante? Well, yeah. It's your turn, Honglu. It really is. I'm back at H Corp and everyone's talking about the family hierarchy selection. But you don't have to worry about me at all. Because I did not wish for anything. I did not wish for anything from Limbus Company. Really? I'm not like Yisung. I'm not hiding my true feelings. No one gave me a wonderful promise like they would help me recover my torn or broken wings. I joined only to have some new experience. That's all. But we do know that something definitely going to happen, whatever it might be. Something that will shake you to your very core. Even if you didn't wish for anything, going through something like that could. Probably, yes, but it's okay. I'm used to being led by the will of others anyway. No matter what happens here, I can do like can do this like everyone else because that's how it's always been. Whatever happens to me or to those around me, I only. A loud, boisterous bellows suddenly cut Honglu off even before he could finish his sentence. Uh, the collab is on the 25th, and you still have some egos to shard. Yeah, I have some stuff to do. Wait, the collab is this month? Yes. And that's what I'm saying. I'm saving my lunacy for it. I'm missing like 7 standard egos if I want to better my odds for the collab egos. I'm missing so many egos, but I'm just gonna go with luck. I've always been good, very lucky on Nimbus so far. Ups one you slipped into the last sentence. No lunacy. I wonder if they not giving away any identities when they collab, will they increase the ego rate during it? That could be fun. Like, can you imagine that this collaboration would be the best time ever for you to just gather a bunch of egos? Well, technically it's gonna be it. That would be awesome actually if they make the whole collaboration with very little or absolutely even no chance of getting IDs. It's just an ego banner. That would be fun. No, they will not make that. I know that they're not gonna make like that, but like you said, increase the ego rate by decreasing all the other IDs. Allow the okay, start continuing. Wait, let go of me. Just listen to that sod talking and tell me I'm not supposed to get mad at it. Dang it, lower your voice. What are you guys doing back there? Gregory and Hickleaf, who were most likely hiding behind the entrance door, tumbled into view. I knew I shouldn't have come here with this guy. Couldn't you be patient for even a few minutes before busting out of there? How long have you two been listening? From the very start. Curse. I thought he was finally making some sense at first, but what was that? That you're used to following others' will? I didn't mean to argue, Hickleaf. I'm only telling the truth. Bloody hell, I'm about to burst a vessel. Oi, buggy bloke. Am I supposed to practice patience after listening to that drivel? I think I'm practicing plenty of patience despite you calling me buggy bloke out of nowhere. So yeah, you are. This is not what I... Finally, some silence. Anyways, sorry about listening, fellas. I'll let you in some big secret if you let this one slide, though. What secret? Gregor rubbed his arm awkwardly as I stared at him in silence, then pointed at a pillar in an exaggerated motion. Guess who's hiding behind that pillar, manager bud? With that, two familiar figures stumbled out into view from behind the pillar. How could you betray us like that, Gregor? PWAHA. Bad, weak, and highly annoying. Good night, Snooze Fest. She said, dude, what's wrong with these sceners? Like, what is the level of gossip that people do in this place? We have two behind the door. We have two behind a pillar. I just believe Rhodia is not hiding anywhere because she's so hard to even hide. Did I get that wrong? I never said G and S. When did you get an FU? Ryoshi looked at Sinclair with some interest before slicing open the ceiling above the entrance. And with an uncharacteristic wet noise and something cutting through a wall, a black ink-like substance dripped onto the floor, followed by Rhodia and Otis crashing down after it. Wait. People were listening through the ceiling? That's crazy, guys. That's crazy. Wow, I didn't realize I had guarded such an audience for my story. Executive Manager, the sole reason I follow you out here was for the purpose of protection, as I was concerned for your safety. I am not like the others who have followed you merely to state their curiosities. Me? I was just bored. Thank you, Rhodia, for being the only one honest enough to say. Then shall we continue the conversation, Dante? Everyone back to your rooms now! Dante being the mom. Everyone grounded! Sad that we did not have any like cutoff of everybody just falling into view. So the only people that were not eavesdropping was Don Quixote, Faust, and Merceau. Yeah. Don Quixote, Faust, and Merceau. The rest of us all there. Shit. The Hey Show pack. What? What a very curious name. Oh god. Apparently this is gonna be a very interesting one. Ooh. Well, talking about the Hey Show, let's go Hey Show.
이제야 부르나. 좀 뜀박질 시간.
Well, I'm surprised that Don wasn't his right. Don was one of the surprising ones. Faust and Marceau is the only two that make sense. After that little kerfuffle, just as everyone was gathering to their rooms, outside, Otis suddenly began to vehemently oppose leaving me all. Okay. Okay, can we go back to the fact that whenever Ryoshu cut the ceiling, ink dropped? Like ink, flowed? Is this place made out of ink? And is nobody surprised? Are you absolutely certain, executive manager? Seriously, don't worry about it. I usually took the night watch on the bus anyway. That is true. However, we are currently in an uncharted territory for our team. We do not have much experience sleeping in a place where our safety is an absolute guarantee. Hey, we are literally right next door to them. Also, Ismail was not eavesdropping. Sorry, I forgot about her. I'll take less than 5 seconds for us to come over when something happens. Do you not know that every second matters in emergencies? Now, Babushka, the camp. Let's get out of here. An oddly familiar sequence of events and words played out, and they eventually left my room, gently closing the door behind them. Finally, some peace and quiet. I sit on the corner of the bed, surrounded by silence, and allow my shoulders to slump for once. I don't need to sleep like the sinners do, but the fatigue doesn't go away on its own. I needed some time to relax and empty my thoughts every once in a while. While I've gotten somewhat used to the pain, it still hurts like hell when I rewind the sinner's times. Yes, Sinclair is. Wait, is Sinclair taller? Because, okay, I don't think Sinclair is taller, is it? Because whenever we did the measurements, Don Quixote was still wearing Rocinante. And we couldn't actually measure her whenever she was in Bloodfiend form because she got aggressive right after. So Don Quixote is if Don Quixote is taller or the same height is because of Rocinante because Rocinante has a heel. And the longer this journey got, the more frequent and severe the Sinner's injury became. They did get stronger, that's for sure, but so did our enemies, which means that my clock is always turning and turning without a moment to rest. So I think of the star. For the great gates which I face with every revival, I witness its intricate engravings and feels its silent vibrations. Even after a whole year, I am still no closer to understanding what they were supposed to represent, but by emptying my thoughts and just taking in sights, I find myself calming down. Also, the wind is quite cool and crisp tonight. Well, it's not that the Roshinote has heels. Is there's like platforms on it. It's not like a flat. It's not like a flat tennis. They like they do have like some. Yeah, they're not flat. They're not flat shoes. They have some padding to it. You know. Wait. That's weird. Wind? What this sudden chill? Something opened the window, but there was no way this gentle breeze could have unlatched and left my window wide open like that. And if it did, it would have made a pretty loud noise. Besides, this chill isn't coming from in front of me. I slowly turn around and look at where the window was supposed to be. Yeah, the assassin from the um looks from the Mao because it looks the same color as so one is purple and the other is green. Only to see a melted wall and intruders slinking through this newfound opening. Who are you? As though driven by some unknown survival instinct, I rolled off the bed. But there was already a blade right at where my neck and head were had met, It's still shearing code. Just a little nudge and it would be dead even before I could even make a tick. I remember how worried Otis was to leave me alone. I thought she was just being paranoid. I should have trusted her judgment. Just as I was getting ready for my final struggle, my final moments filled with regret about not listening to Otis' advice. Yay! What a pathetic thin blade. Too delicate to have the clock CIH, don't you think? Ryoshu leapt down from the ceiling and deflected the assailant's dagger away from me. Ryoshu! Snucking thinking I was about to see something interesting, but you're just some beast with steel. I looked up to see the ceiling turn open, dripping with viscous pain-like fluid just as I saw earlier during my conversation with Honglu. Executive Manager, are you unharmed? And Otis speaking out of the gap. I, Otis, was the one who instructed Ryoshu that the ceiling had a room to hide in. Remember that? Shut up and help me! No, I thought this one was just some beast with steel. I could have cut this beast in half, sword and all, had it not been on the bus. Yes, all of your abilities was diminished the moment you were hired by this company, equally defanged and depowered, if you will. Yeah, she's mentioning that if she wasn't nerfed, she could have killed him. I suddenly recall Hohenheim commentary back at the LCE. I had a vague notion of what he meant, but now was really feeling it. Yeah, even though Ryoshu has the instinct of even knowing that this guy was coming, she cannot actually win the fight by herself. NFW, what is happening? Just as Ryoshu was struggling to stop that one blade, the intruder pulled out another dagger with their other arm and slashed at Ryoshu's neck. A piece of the Heisho pack. The intruder would have cut her throat had Wade not burst through the door. Who will do now? I don't suppose dialogue is an option. Light enters not the vast garden, yet falls a star into its fathom still. No. The intruder reached into his clothes, muttering an odd invocation. Little shit, a talisman! Kuh! Wait, get it together! My lady. Just as the intruder's muttering began to grow intense, Jia leaped into my room and struck the stranger with her fan. Were you going to let that bastard finish that stupid spell? They almost activated the Q-Carb talisman. Apologies, my lady. It seems that I still remain somewhat bound by that spell. Listen, you're no longer a Heisho. You serve me now. Got that? You don't have to let those things control you anymore. Bro's not even gonna... Wait, sorry. This dollar, a real life person. You're tall then, me as short as F. My abnormality self is at least 9 feet tall, so I can leave my tall person dreams right. Bro's not even gonna become a distortion if you went to the city. Yes, my lady. I apologies. I fell limply to the bed with the sudden alleviation of stress and pressure. Hey, are you... I can't understand them anyway. I managed to stop the assassin before he laid hands on them, fortunately. Got it. I don't think there was anyone else in here. Let's switch the lights on. When the lights came on, we saw... This one's from Malbranch, isn't it? Yep. There was a black bamboo hat wearing assassin on the ground. The walls that appeared solid before we went to sleep were now melting away as if they were a viscous fluid. There is something wrong with this building. I knew that they must have done something to the building, but how is a Heisho here? This whole operation's gotta be spearheaded by someone with real power. This isn't just an ambush from an overexcited family hierarch contestant. What I don't understand is, why is the Mao branch? They are better Heisho branches to use if they wanted to use if all they wanted was to cut off the clock's head. Damn. Jia Shishan said that Mao False is kinda shitty. You heard her first. Then they must have had a different purpose, huh? Correct. This one is from the Mao branch of the Heisho pack, which means more of them must be infiltrated the building. Though not at the scale of the Z branch, the Mao branch always move in groups. Therefore, their goal must be to kill every guest staying in this chasm, including you, my lady. Then, we've got no time. We've got to get moving. We can't let them surrounding us if we want even a chance of surviving this. Dante! Sinners burst into my room, slamming the door open again. Huh? Think me later. Think me later. If we don't move our asses, we're good as dead. Wait. Yes. We don't have time to contact the main forces of our faction at the family mansion. You know what to do when we're in numerical disadvantage, right? It will be done, my lady. Jiashichan and Wei immediately stormed out of the room as soon as they saw the sinners enter, as though they've been waiting in here for my protection. Don Quixote and Gregor stood red-faced and on edge. Marcel was covered in battle wounds, and Otis wore an inscrutable expression. I stand before you in shame, to have to borrow the hands of another to protect the executive manager. No, I should have listened to what you said. Extrapolation from the pattern by which the walls have disintegrated, it is likely that they utilized the identical means of infiltration for each sinner. Oh, right. Were you attacked by bamboo-headed assailants too? Their ranks numbered many. Manager Esquire, yet, for how many of them there were, they were unsettlingly silent. Verily, we were almost... Not almost. I saw on the way here that some of us did get killed, impaled straight through the guts. Oh, damn. Probably Rodian Faust. And he sung. So, what he said about how fighting indoors was a taboo? Yes, a lie. How utterly cowardly and unjust of this vile cur to strike from the shadows. Alas, now is not the moment to ruminate upon their villainy. Correct, besides... There's more of them waiting to sink their blades into us. Yeah, so that's why we're only using a couple of sinners, because I should consider that everyone else is now dead. Expected the Jiren forgot the spelling branch. Good thing Merceau is alive. It's so, however, the enemies Merceau were your dragons of Dojima ID. Yeah. Okay, that was lucky. Even though there was no damage. Yeah, the other scene has got. I mean, everyone that's strong is not God, you know? If you got God, then you're weak and you should train. Arcana beats. Yeah, exactly what I meant. Everybody that's weak actually lost. Actually is already dead. Actually, again, it always pains me to remember that one conversation I was having with Mori, if I remember is their name, about technically Faust should be one of the strongest since she has knowledge of the other Fausts, but she actually isn't. Actually, the ones you will, see, I told you, you were perfectly safe to use magical bullets with fire at 0. Yeah, twice. I'm getting lucky with those bullet fires. They are from our company, the Fire Peace Company. Never doubted you. Perfectly safe to use, right? Worked twice already. I am tempting fate.
다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요.
흑순
매일 보아하는데도
뜀박질 춤
지금
Wait, who's this?
새로워요.
Oh yeah, sorry. I forgot that I'm using a Mao Ryoshu. I thought someone from the Mao decided to join us in the middle of the fight.
총알까봐 떠올려. 기쁨이란 건 이런 사소한 일에도 슬며시 따라오나 봐요.
The only say that forced me to level up my IDs for once. The only that actually really forced me to level up my IDs was the last intervallo. I don't think I'm gonna have any hard time on this one.
나를 들뜨게 만드는 일은 많지 않지만 이번엔
Big man.
그 귀중한 경우의 수에 들어맞았군. 잘 놀다 간다.
Chiyua.
배수하지 않은 탄피는
Wait,
팁이다.
wait. Chiyua, it's your name. Right there.
사랑과 정의 이름으로 지금 이곳에
The Heishos watching in horror seeing 3 Mao branch members, 3 C branch members, and 1 U branch members, and 1 Wu branch members. The Lord of Hongyan pulling up to fight them. Oh no way, really? Oh wow. Okay, you guys suck.
흑순 뜀박질 춤
Checkup was the worst for the lunacy clear condition. Oh yeah. There is one of the stages that I couldn't clear. The X condition. I do it later in the future.
전탄격발.
비록 함께 전장에 나서는 건 아니지만 저희를 이끌어주는 건 달콤이만 할 수 있는 일이에요. 이번에도 분명 원하시는 길로 저희를 잘 이끌어주시겠죠?
숨통 끊기
다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때
I have something to confess, Archer. I've been planning on your downfall since Kanto 7. No way!
감회가 새로워요.
I mean, I don't think you're gonna do it.
이것밖에 못하는
Or, you know, you're gonna make it happen. But no way! Should have seen it coming. I wonder what Heisho branch IDs will Merceau, Dawn, and Hickliff will get.
저분이 포기하지 않는 건
받아볼 테니
악에 바친
A Heisho Fire! What is that dark flame of Ryoshu?
하나 내려놓을 수 없는 자신만의 이유.
No way! Happens.
여기선 이런 공격이 잘
I know
먹히는
Merceau already have a Season 6 ID. If Sinclair can have a Heisho ID and Heisho ID, then... Yeah, makes sense. If Sinclair that has a Thumb ID also got a Heisho ID, then Merceau also deserves one.
기쁨이란 건 이런 사소한 일에도 슬며시 따라오나 봐요.
I agree with you.
모두가 노력한 덕분에 업무가 일찍 끝날 것 같은 지금처럼 말이에요.
아직 죽지 마라
남길 말은 없겠지.
사랑으로
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. No, that's exactly what I said. Like, if Sinclair and Merceau have the Thumb IDs, but Sinclair just got a Heisho ID as well, then it means that Merceau also can have a Heisho ID. I got your train of thought, and I'm agreeing with you. I think only Fellbullet does friendly fire. No,
이런 사소한 일에도 슬며시 따라오는
her bullet can do friendly fire all the time. It did a couple of
업무가 일찍
turns ago.
시작할
See?
용건을
At 10 or less SP, 50% to attack indiscriminately, or it means there's 50% that she's gonna just fire out your team.
맘
죽어라.
Both IDs that do friendly fire. I think we're safe for now. Something tells me that they're not fighting us at full force. At least we routed them, so hopefully that means something. Ah, where did Don Quixote go? For I am here! Don Quixote rushed into my room from the hallway outside. I had gone to espy if the other seniors had suffered as we have. Verily, they were indeed targeted as well. Most defended themselves well against the curse, and shall be here post haste. Yet, not everyone survived, huh? Young Sinclair and Yisung, while it appears that they had risen and battled, they were caught unawares by our foes. It is likely that their demises came soon after tripping over each other's foot. What? Okay, that's disappointing. How embarrassing. And young Heathcliff, he isn't that fella our resident mob fight expert? How did he even get? How did they even get him? They didn't get me, mate. I'm good as new. Heathcliff, what's got you so gobsmacked, lass? I recall blade piercing young Heathcliff in the back of his head. Did this now turn the clock for him already, manager? No, not yet anyway. Blimey, so that's what's this funny itch on the back of my... Heathcliff reached up to rub the back of his head, then crumpled to the floor mid-sentence. Heathcliff's not breathing anymore. He's dead. How did he even manage to walk all the way over here with a hole in his head? Young Heathcliff! The other seniors are starting to gather, manager. As pathetic as this force may be, we cannot spare any hands at the moment, executive manager. We must also join the others as soon as possible and assist them. There are sounds of altercations coming from the lobby. Gotcha. The clock turns as it always does. Sometime later. Whoa. Please hold a moment. You! I can still see some people inside the lobby, which was also in the bizarre process of melting away. Among them, I noticed Jiashishan clashing against a figure wearing a bamboo hat. Going on an offensive already, huh? How come a big shot in control of a Heisho pack decided to come after a small fries like us? And behind the black bamboo hat, wearing assassin stood. I see that you have tracked me down, so certain of your own safety, but my master has already prepared countermeasures. There stood King Tao, our supposed collaborator, who led us here, and Wei, who was threatening with him with a sword. So you were behind this. Ah, it's you. I sussed out that you'd be planning something like this, but you lacked the patience to pull it off. You're quite observant. I thought I had completely won you over. You must know that at H Corp, there is but one path to survival and riches. Choose a family hierarchy candidate and serve them with utter loyalty. But who in their right mind would serve young Master Bayu, who has grown up with no hardship, who doesn't possess even a single speck of ambition? You shut your bloody mouth, yeah? And you, rich boy, oi, are you just gonna sit there and let that bloke talk shit up to your face? But he's right that I don't have any ambitions. Have you got no self-respect? What do you have anyway? Okay, everyone, shut up for a second. He's obviously taunting you. Stop indulging him. Wei, speak. I know that you have no means to wield a Heisho pack. So speak. Which master did you choose to serve? Who controls them? Ah, so they are curious. Say your sword, Zilu. Another unfamiliar voice from the shadows. Ah. Young master, are you certain that this is wise? Worry not. They are destined to be swept away by the morning dew anyway. The trajectory of their fate shall not alter course, were they to witness me. The voice soon reveals himself from the shadows, walking into the light with a casual assured gait. Huh? Seriously, you? I see. You're... allow me to grace your ignoramuses with my exalted name. I am Yuwa, of the Shi family. You may know me as a very prominent candidate of the throne of the family hierarchy. Yay, the Shi! When are we gonna get a new Shi ID, guys? Shi Ryoshu when? Zilu fold them like laundry real quick. Man, the collab is gonna make me cooked for the next Walpurgis Snatch. You never know. Sometimes you're lucky and you're not gonna exhaust every single one of your resources. I like using burn to clear bosses in like 7 turns with Dark Flame. Same Dark Flame is fire. The ever so humble 3k damage skill, 3 assist Malfalls with Konglu. This guy's jokes are so bad. Keep talking Chi there, Frey. Damn. Sorry, what? You is deciding to go to the offensive. Rupture being broken is balanced by the average Rupture player being Agreed. It's very hard to control all the current Rupture IDs because it's kind of complex. I'm not gonna say it's Tremor levels of complex, but still more complex than, you know, Sinking and Bleed. Oh, just pull this man. Guys, no aggressiveness on the chat. This is peace.
생동감이 살아있는 좋은 공간이 됐고
But just saying,
다음 먹잇감도 이런
Heisho
식으로
Pack
좀
Mao Branch Ryoshi did more damage than Magic Bullet Otis. Even though, yes, there is a 5-level gap between those two IDs. I'll give you that. Unexpected foe. Wait. I get it. Yeah, I get it. You know, the chains, the glasses. Is this Ricardo? Can you imagine Ricardo again coming out of the blue, no one expecting him?
잠깐만. 빠져먹고.
Ah. Of course, my friends already have those. Such a cool ID. Tremor and Rupture. Too much to read. I'm not even gonna read it. Let me use this Isang for absolutely no reason.
이상이요. 120번 홍로.
청소 시간이네요.
벌써 화끈하네.
Rupture is OP if you know how to build a count. Yes. Hello, Blind Pro, by the way. Prominent. Archer, we're still cool after this, right? Right. I'm gonna win anyway, so of course. I don't feel any. I never feel threatened by anyone. No one is, you know, a threat to me. True PM shit won't read shit. Right? I'm not gonna read shit. Even if I read, I wouldn't understand anyway. Prominent. But of course, I claim control of a branch of the Heisho Pacts. While you were wasting your time out there searching for the River of Immortality or whatever, I don't even know where I even start to refuse your brain-dead accusation. Kokomo from the trains here. Lovely Corp was blocking my data, but here to say this node has some cool EDM. Apples are immune to threats, and that's it is. Ha! This is way beneath me. I don't even want to address you as my senior either. So, who is it? Big Brother, huh? Nah, can't imagine he'd even be interested in someone like you. What are you talking about? I'm asking whose teat you've been suckling. Damn! Where bosoms have you been to gain control of the Mao branch? Because we both know for sure that there's no way in hell you have the means to control them, right? You little twerp! I mean, why would I have a problem against you, my dear Shi Yuha, when Jia Chuhan here is already destroying you on game? Are you sure you want to insult my height from where you're standing? Master Yua? It doesn't seem like the mastermind of this operation was actually anyone important. Damn! And it's not me saying. I mean, one thing that we gotta remember, whenever someone comes in this chat trying to, I don't know, roleplay characters, they are completely belittled in the story, is that you're about to get yourself roasted one time or another. Agreed. I can tell by just the look of that traitor with this physiognomy of a deceiver. This is a waste of time. Hey, Zulu, cut them all down. The mission was to assassinate them. To me, to meet them in an open battle, to take the lives of the hierarch candidates was agreed upon. What the fuck? Blah 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 blah. Just shut up and do as you're told. I may fight to protect your life, yet I cannot do more. Aheisho heeds no voices, but that of the one who holds their leash. Looks like that Shiyua doesn't even control these guys. I mean... Shiyua, my darling dear on the chat, you can change your name at any point and, you know, pick a better character. There is an apt saying, oft invoked in the East. A fox may pretend to the throne, but only with the blessing of the tiger. Shut up over there! Damn it, this Heisho pack is useless. Can't even get a simple job done. Master Yua, the Heisho pack was here merely as a backup plan. Our true strategy involves... true. This is fine. I have other plans to sweep you all away. This is the second time this individual has made an odd emphasis on the variation of the word sweep. What? Are you saying that you're bribed the sweepers or something? Damn. Damn. While the reactions may appear suspicious, that suggestion is almost an absolute impossibility. The head is at the top of the sweeper chains of command. In other words, only the head possesses the authority to command them. Right, yeah, of course. Moreover, they are prohibited from touching, let alone entering, any designated residential areas during the nights in the back streets. This is a permanent, immutable taboo of the head, and of their one of the very first to be introduced. The efforts of going through a myriad of paperwork to ensure that Mephistopheles is recognized as resident vehicle was ultimately to capitalize all on this taboo. Yes, it is exactly as you say. What a stupid question to ask, making me anxious out of nowhere. That soured the mood. Hello, Platinum Rover! Which the press boy, Yisung or the, probably Yisung. Don't be too mean to you, at least he's not Gubo. I was busy playing Silk Song. I mean, you're completely fine, Platinum Rover. You and a lot of other people. I do not pick characters. I am the eldest brother of the Shi family himself. I mean, the Shi really fell since Library of Ruina. If Shiyua is the ID that we eventually are going to get for the Shi IDs, then maybe it was a mistake to ask for a new Shi ID. At least Gubo got that drip. Shiyua, damn. Also, you're like me, the actual character. Hey, Shiyua, Furioso, don't die now. Come, let us leave. I had only intended to have them see my face after all. Too bad I won't even remember them in a few days once they all get swept away. Shiyua is that one guy that has one joke and he's gonna keep using that one joke to hell. Master Yua, we best leave before any more unnecessary words are said. Faust is right. These guys are acting way too suspicious to not have some scheme brewing back there. You know, Faust probably knows everything. Faust is literally, our Faust is in direct contact with Malfaust. And Malfaust are saying, dude, this guy is nothing. Different Chi. Wait, different Chi? Archer, do you also hate going on warp trains? I hate going on warp trains. Terrible. Make a better one. What? Wait, they are not the same she? How many she characters are in this game? So we have the she association and the she family, but they are not linked directly with one another. That okay, that's good. Then go back to what I was just saying about the she. I want more she association IDs. Nothing related to whatever she Yua is. I love how after Kanto 5, the sinners get betrayed every single Kanto. They're not the same. Okay, awesome. Sorry. Again, I hear she as a family name, and I go in straight away to the association. But yeah, I should have, I should have put 2 seconds of thought behind it. Zilu to Malfalls. How are you, Malfalls? I am you, but cuter and actually do damage. I funded them though. Did you? So overly suspicious that I'm starting to wonder if they're trying to use reverse psychology on us into walking right into their trap. Well, when surrounded by nothing but uncertainties, there's a solution that usually works. Faust had intended to make this suggestion first, but it appears that you share the idea. Yep, so Otis, yeah, executive manager, we have 12 sinners, Giachichian and Wei on our side. And I don't think the so-called Malbranch are willing to fight. Which means that we only have 3 enemies. Chi, Yua, our guide, and Zilu, the assassin. We have the numerical advantage, don't we? You always make the most accurate read of the battlefield. What's going on over there? What's that ticking, talking noise? Our informer guide seemed to have figured out what the conversation was about because he took a few slow, careful steps away from Shiwa before bolting off into the distance. I've been thinking this all day, but he sure is a fast runner. Oh, what is it, Honglu? Did you remember something? I did. I had a hard time recalling this because he's in from my family. But I remember now. Your big brother, you are of the Shi family, right? When the $10 and the lighter, when the association you funded does a better job than you do. Yes, no, a Shi association is awesome. Shi family, boo. Did that guy just announce that himself earlier? Anyway, Honglu, I'm going to get that guy beat the motives out of him. Is that going to be okay with you? He's not from my family, but I'm sure Big Brother Yua will be happy to answer your questions. Great. Another thing. As your commander, I should probably say something cool to start off the battle, right? Wow, that's going to be so cool, like something straight out of a story. Otis said something like this once. That even if one side has the absolute advantage in battle, the commander's words may be the deciding factor in who wins and loses. So I decided to borrow a few words from a book Honglu once lent me, and it was a general who said it, I believe. Destroy them all! Okay. Not very creative, but effective. Okay, this ID is fucking cool. Look at the size of this spear. One of the coolest looking IDs I've ever seen. Well, I'm gonna just do what I do for most and just start with defending. For absolutely no reason. Wait, is that Uma-san? Yes, I decided to use Uma-san here just for funsies. Ah.
전장에 나서는 건 아니지만
Wait, all in a pose?
이끌어주는 건 단테님만 할 수 있는
Okay, I get the point here.
이번에도 분명 원하시는 길로 저희를 잘 이끌어
Ah, this is a clashable counter. Because it's faster than us, I get it. So look, let's see. This is on Otis. This is on Homeboy. This is on Greg. This is on Sinclair. Done. You can do it, Otis. Nice. Again, that's a gun. Let's just remember that. Okay, Uma-sung is crazy cool.
아,
That's again, Isung has so many good, fun ideas. I don't know why they need to give Isung so many good ideas. It's like they hate the other characters in comparison. Come on. For fun, though, boy, you do not know what's coming. Oh, it's gonna be fun. See? The weapon of Lu is a Gundao. Gundao. Ah, okay, that's the name. Shapeshifter, are you saying this Angelica Sama before? It's quite possible. You never forget this battle, Archer, trust me.
설레게 만들었다.
I mean, if this guy wins,
멈추고 싶지 않아.
you can tell me that. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm gonna demolish Zealer. Friend is coming. Yeah, that's why I said, yeah, so I imagine that Ricardo is gonna crash the party. And again, the game itself already spoiled Ricardo for me. So you don't need to blame anyone.
언제나 순탄치 않았고 때로는 어설펐지만 여러분과 함께하는 여행은 늘 제 마음을 설레게 만들었답니다.
This is attacking Merceau.
쉽지 않아요.
This one's attacking Sinclair. Then this one's attacking Otis.
완벽한 한 발을
A godlike the inside library. Angela, yeah, we know Angela. The middle never forgets. I see. Now, why he decided to show up here of all places? Kind of random. Oh, the dark flame. Oh. The music. Ah, the music's putting me in the mood. A strange tune crashes through the sound of this fierce battle. Is this electronic dance music? Something about it sounds familiar. Ha! Finally. Thanks to the merry chase you've led me on, I have slid ever so slyly further into the world of the bristly. Dun 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 dun. Let's see. Title 2, Section 11, Row C. The punishment for those who dare to flee from the middle's retribution begins by tearing their legs apart from the groin. I will make sure you suffer from all my time you've wasted. What the fuck is this blighter doing here? The hell's wrong with you? You've been stalking us all along? Since when is chasing after a thief conflated with stalking? Have you known that I'm still banished from the world of the luscious thanks to you who dare to pinch my hair coupons? What the hell? Where did they come from? You guys are just pissing people off left and right, aren't you? Zilu, take him out! What an utterly insular fool. What did you say? Do you not know that man? Zilu saw my boy Ricardo and said, oh, that's not a character that I'm gonna be taking out. What's the middle doing here? Ricardo, a big brother of the middle. The man who slaughtered the sinners like they were nothing. The man who almost forced me to self-destruct. False, don't tell me I have to get ready for that again. No, not yet. According to the evaluation data at the LCE, the sinner's power had grown since their time at the Great Lake. Our chance of victory against this individual has risen to a meaningful degree to forfeit the battle before it even begins. By how much? Enough to put our faith in the uncertainties. Alrighty then, enough with the background noise. I don't know what your business is with these thieves, but I personally travel all the way to the eastern part of the city because I simply must exact my vengeance against him with my two hands. I could have simply informed my brothers in the east and let them handle this, but they just wouldn't do. I was determined to see this through the end myself, even if it meant asking the great brother for of the east for a favor. So you're there, half pint in his cute mini entourage. Get the hell out of my sight. The Middle's Book of Vengeance comes first. Half pint? I love that Ricardo shows up already insulting Chiyua. Keep babbling about that fat lip of yours, minion of the fingers. You don't scare me at all with your cheap hairdo and that garish as hell botched dye job. You're in the Age Corp turf now. I am... Damn. First time rage baiting, a little nervous. Dude, rage baiting? You just got rage baited. What is this? Wow, bloody hell, mate, that's messed up. He's far too absorbed in his own foolishness to see his walk into his own demise. Unexpectedly, Ricardo's face wasn't contorted with wrath, even after enduring that barrage of insults. Instead, he looked surprised. A moment of silence followed, during which he seemed to be absorbed in thought. Woo, impressive. You just set a new record. You are the current record holder for how fast I can get written up in Ricardo's Book of Vengeance. Challenge, boy. You did it in 15 seconds. Then, with trembling hands, he reached down to grab his Book of Vengeance, opened it, and began to write something down on the paper, slowly and deliberately as though he make each stroke of pen count. Unfortunately, your audacity is terminal. I will rip your jaws apart myself as punishment. Boys, make sure that this little band of thieves won't get away while I deal with this peep squeep. What the hell is this asshole talking about? Hey, Zilu! Who the fuck? Actually, I don't care. Stop me if you can. Effective immediately, the punishment for all involved parties and bystanders of the side of your crimes shall be complete and total extermination! I think we can sleep away unnoticed in this mess. I don't think we've got much of a chance here. Ricardo practically rocketed towards Zilu and Chiyua, where standing in a burst of speed. But his henchman had already begun to slowly surround us as he ordered. Ready your weapons, everyone. Payback time for what happened at the Great Lake. Let's do this. Besides, I've got a score to settle with that son of a bitch. I mean, that's hype. This is hype. Congratulations. Okay, very few characters can make things hype by just showing up. Ricardo is one of those characters. You know a character that would never make you feel as hype whenever they show up? Chiyua. Just saying.
받아볼 텐가.
Give me another chance. You know, Chiyua, if you grow up to be a very OP, amazing character, we can check that out, you know? But for now, I will be funny. It's not just about being funny. You don't have the E factor, you know? Chiyua, you must gank them like I have. But you know, I'm all about giving people another chance. So, you know, maybe in the future, Chiyua is gonna come back like all cool and in the drip. And we're gonna say, shit, that Shiyua, dudes.
매일 보아하는데도
All heads with zero sanity.
감회가 새로워요.
전탄 격발.
Fuck you.
총알값 아까울 놈은 아니고.
이 풍진 세상에서 힘껏 살아가느라
단번에 끝낸다.
수고 많으셨어요.
True. Just you wait.
이제
I wear my dead wife clothes. Okay,
그 끝에 고요한 휴식.
that's wild.
즐겁군.
이 풍진 세상에서 힘껏 살아가느라 수고 많으셨어요.
완벽한 한 발을 위해
이제 모든 짐 놓으셨으니
Oh yeah, he needs to recharge the fuel. Yeah, good thinking. I gotta do it. There was an explosive noise from a distance, and moments later, Ricardo landed before us with a boom. I heard that the Heisho of the East were a tough bunch, but that lady was something else. So, why did a woman like that suddenly split from a fight? Not my problem, I guess. Just getting written down in the book too. Time to take care of what I really came here for. Get ready for a bit down, coupon thieves. Okay,
제가를 처음 쥔
I need to do some stuff. It's just defend and a restart. Yep.
아, 힘을 얻은 분들 특유의 분위기가 똑 닮았답니다.
Okay. This time around, I am so sorry, buddy. Nope, that's not a good idea. I know I cannot offset counters, guys. I know.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
But we can offset counters, but it's not gonna do anything. He's gonna counter anyway. You can now check the level of Ricardo if you're curious. Oh yeah, I should.
여행은
To a grade 9 fixer. Yeah, let's think if we believe in you. At this point, make this man play Library of Ruina just so you don't have to give this warning each time. I am playing, but I'm still far away in the game. Archer, heads up. Due to chat also being on the screen, if I deleted a spoiler, it may still show up. It gets deleted on my screen as well. Char is goated Library of Ruina. Why you mind? You know, yeah, he's playing lore. This is why I'm giving warnings. Yeah, I am playing Library of Ruina. It's just, I might take a while to, you know, get to the big points. Okay, why are you having such a hard time, Sinclair? Yeah, everybody's having a good time. Or a high time. Okay, let me think. Yeah, you're gonna hold him. Rhodia, you're gonna... No, this is one side. Sure, Rhodia, you're gonna intercept this guy. Otis, you're gonna... This is to one side. Shit. Go for him. Don't care. This guy's complicated. Done. Struggling. Both are struggling. This is hopeless. Then you're gonna do this. No, this is the best I can offer, guys. Take it away.
일기당천. 이 구속구가 나의 폭력을 저지하기엔 턱없이 모자르지.
Damn. Okay, that was harsh. Wait, is Sinclair gonna win? Dude, Sinclair! My boy! Oh, okay, that did an offset.
내 팔은 변해 있었어.
My arm! Take some dark flames, bitch!
모든 것에 견뎠어.
Okay.
준비되셨나요, 단테님?
Overall,
곧 무시무시한
we are okay, guys. Well, okay, not too okay. We are kind okay. Shit. Let's. Okay, I need to kill this one. Claire, kill this one. God damn it. Gonna kill Merceau if I do that. Dude, hopeless. Yeah, there's no way for me to stop this regardless of whatever happens. This is gonna be painful regardless. I don't think any ego that I can use will fix this problem. Okay, we're gonna have to use an old strategy. This is the strategy oldest time, guys. The strategy is called try to stagger Ricardo before he kills everyone. And you can kill him. And this guy's gonna attack us for free, but it is what it is.
따르겠습니다. 피차 동정은 필요 없겠죠.
격발.
Oh god, that was a lot of damage on her. You guys are not gonna get staggered, Ricardo. No, it didn't get staggered. Ah. Yep. We can see. I could see that one coming. Nobody could stagger fucking Ricardo. No, I don't have the ego.
치명상이네요. 전투가 끝난 뒤 시계를 돌려주시지 않으면 치료가 어렵겠어요.
Okay, makes sense. Dude, they couldn't stagger freaking Ricardo. That's disappointing. So sad.
언제까지 버티나 보자고. 증기압축 피스톤 압력 제한 해제. 관측 완료된 시간 벡터 계산 완료. 축적된 과거 변형. 모먼트 값 유지. 발사.
Boom! Punch! 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 Such a cool ego, by the way.
모든 결과들은
And again, I'm not even doing a tremor build. If I was wearing a tremor build, that would have done so much damage.
꿈이란 건 이런 사소한 일에도 슬며시 따라오나 봐요.
받아볼 테니까.
모두가 노력한 덕분에 업무가 일찍 끝날 것 같은 지금처럼 말이에요.
제차. 전력으로 상대하마.
Jump!
전탄격.
Jump!
사랑으로 정의 이름으로.
우와, 저건 어떻게 하는 걸까요?
Okay.
역시 홍원 바깥은
Coming back to reality.
신기한 것들로 가득 차 있네요.
일기당천.
Erso's probably gonna go home because of the counter. Pom pom. You did well, Merso. Thank you. Damn.
괜찮아. 상처는 찢었으니까.
Oh, okay. It's one of those. Not that I couldn't kill it. Wait. A shot cuts across the battlefield, just as the sudden appearance of Ricardo was making things incredibly more difficult for us. What? Huh? Huh? Did that guy split? What he's doing here? Laughing his butt off. You finally lost the plot, eh? Failed plan after failed plan takes a toll, I suppose. Oh, maybe that was too much. But, I mean, how could I not laugh, right? When after all that, everything comes together perfectly according to my plan. You hear this too, don't you? The sound of the city. The sound of the back streets. Do you hear the sound of crashing waves? Waves? When the sound of battle came to a stop with the Shiyuwa's sudden shout, we all suddenly began to notice the low, crawling sound of omen that had been swirling under the commotion. Something melting, regurgitating, or perhaps boiling over. If not, it's seeping into the siphoning its trace that was once living and dead. If not, it's seeping, it's siphoning. It's a trace that was what once once living and dead. Sorry. Crashing and breaking devoid of any recognizable stops, the lines between where it begins and ends blurred. Yes, like waves. Current time is 03:21 hours. Then it's too late. The night of the back streets. Have we never been outside the bus at this hour, have we? It was past 4 in the morning when we briefly set foot in the outskirts. So no, we have. This would be our second time. Though, it must be noted that the time of day was not a matter of concern then, as we were in the outskirts. They're finally getting all swept away like trash. Oh, how I've waited for this moment. What's he on about? You can possibly be thinking that the sweepers will somehow break the taboo to help you. Still missing the point. Botched purple dye job. Zilu, let us leave this promised location. Let us leave to the promised location. Huh? Did he actually scamper all the way here just to gloat at us gloat at us and run away? Indeed, Shiwa gloated at us with a confident boast as though he was finally ready to face us, only to turn tail again with an unmistakable look of relief. I don't get it. Does he actually believe that the sweepers will help him? False. Indeed, sweepers do not invade residential areas. However, what if we were standing isn't actually a residential area? What are you talking about? Look at this place, it's got walls, beds, bedding, and... I guess the walls felt weirdly mushy and melty. It wasn't just Rhodia who realized what was going on. The other seniors all began to look around in confusion as well. The walls of the chasm had all but melted away, leaving nothing behind. As though the place we slept the night in was but a house in a painting. Our realization came too late, as the wave-like noises from earlier had already encroached right up to where we were. And unlike the other times when unlike the other times when they simply pass around us around the bus, they were cutting straight into the remnants of our lodging. 33341 blah, 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 numbers. Let me take a print screen. All for our family. That's what we're saying. What's going on? Why? There. This is ridiculous. Sweepers, how dare they break the taboo so brazenly? Looks like I'll be facing the waves tonight. Oh, why do you sound excited about this? I mean, we've got to. Let's make something clear. It's clear that if we do nothing but stand around, they will sweep us away. Numbers. Damn it, we have to make our stand here. Archer, did you just say Azlur in sweeper language? Probably. I'm pretty sure I cursed someone's mother. You know, this apple is it's versatile in many languages. Many languages.
잘 놀다 간다. 회수하지 않은 탄피는 TV다.
Oh, steady. Of course. Oh, yeah, sorry. Okay, we're gonna go Liu Yisung for the fire.
사랑과 정의 이름으로 지금 이곳에
Of course, who else would I be talking to? I'm lonely as F. Fair. Aw. Don't be like that, Chiyua. You have Zulu. Somewhat. Oh, that's so cool! We can see the middle fighting them behind us as well. That's so cool!
슬펐지만 여러분과 함께하는 여행은 늘 제 마음을 설레게 만들었답니다. 그렇게 여기서 멈추고 싶지 않아요.
완벽한 한 발을 위해
화력, 추진, 다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아하면서도 지금은 감회가 새로워요.
At least they still have their gimmick of healing.
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요. 그만둘 생각이 없어 보이네요.
Okay, why are you guys... Oh,
낙에 받침 고집 때문일까요? 아니면 차마 내려놓을 수 없는
it is what it is.
전탄격발.
These sweepers are pretty tough, I'm not gonna lie. Oh yeah, I didn't even realize Jia Shishan is with us.
수고 많으셨어요.
Just saw her now.
이제 모든 짐 놓으셨으니 우리한테 그 끝을 올려주시기. 각자의 위치가 있으니
I looked away for 2 seconds during a night in the backstreets and 3 of my hunters were just gone. It happens.
풍진 세상에서
They don't
힘껏
stop.
살아가느라 수고 많으셨어요.
받아볼 테니까.
이제 모든 짐 놓으셨으니
Come on, Jia you can do it. No, she's staggered.
화력, 추진 각자의
She cannot. Way, your lady needs you.
드리겠습니다.
이것밖에 못해. 그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수.
이 풍진 세상에서 힘껏 살아가느라 수고 많으셨어요.
파격감.
Backshots in the night and never know how to write it. Backshots in the night? Write what?
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에. 그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
Magic bullet. Fire.
격발.
That was a beautiful magic bullet, by the way. They don't stop!
이 풍진 세상에서 힘껏 살아가느라 수고 많으셨어요. 이제 모든 짐 놓으셨으니 그 끝에 고요한 휴식이 있기를.
단번에 끝낸다.
No, Otis! Gia!
전탄 격발.
Oh no. No, Merceau! Take your hat off!
끝내 정수하리.
Do something, Jiushishin, for once! Thank you! Oh god. He's being bodied.
총알값 아까울 일.
제가를 처음 쥔 형 누나들이랑
Okay.
비슷한 느낌이네요.
Oh god.
아 그러니까 어디가 비슷하냐면
Oh, this is hopeless as well.
힘을 얻은 분들 특유의 분위기가 똑 닮았답니다.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
Isung be a therapist for the team and making them sustain again.
두드릴 순 없었어.
Damn! Someone needs to help Isung get sane after that one. Oh. Yep. Isung's gonna get sane somewhere else.
이것밖에 못해.
After 13 bouts, Greg couldn't handle as well.
지졌으니까.
Yeah, this is getting tough for me, guys.
죽음을 마주하며
These guys are relentless.
그럼에도 애써 모던해지려 했던 감정. 큰일이네요.
Might be it for us.
가슴 아프게 다가오는
Oh, poor Sinclair.
수용성이 전투가 끝난 뒤 시계를 돌려주시지 않으면 치료가 어렵겠어요.
격발.
Nice. Great shot.
괜히 저항하지
Just live. I'm trying.
마세요.
I'm trying.
덜 아플걸?
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어졌어.
But it's starting to get hard.
슬픔. 누군가의 죽음을 마주하며 제가 느껴야 했던 그럼에도 애써 묻어내지려 했던 감정. 아, 큰일이네요.
받아볼
이제
테니
여러분의 죽음이 너무 가슴 아프게 다가와요.
전력으로 상대해봐.
AoE ban! Thank you, Merceau. Great job. Beautiful work. Big fan. Arcana beat. Oh, it's Levo. Sorry, I didn't see that there's enough charge in there. Sure. Yeah, Greg.
누군가의 죽음을 마주하며
The wild hunt begins.
느껴야 했던 그럼에도 애써 묻어내지려 했던 감정.
받아볼 테니까.
Potable Tenga.
이제 여러분의 죽음이 너무 가슴 아프게 다가와요.
Ah. No, Merceau. Merceau, no.
즐겁고
Arcana. Flavor. Wave 2 complete. Wave 3 incoming. The battle was long and grueling. Even Ricardo and his henchmen appeared visibly exhausted after a second wave. Big bro, we messed up. We never should have put you through this trouble in the first place. Don't worry about it, kid. You've taken a brother who came all the way from the south and guided him safely through the labyrinth that is H-Corp. I say we've done more than enough. No, no one could have expected that we'd be fighting the sweepers of all things. Ugh. If we were able to withstand the sweepers, enemies that could give in even the middle trouble, practice makes perfect and perfection makes an expert, huh? I guess Honglu wasn't too off the mark. Man, we would have been long swept away by the horde if we were still new at this. Ismail, who was talking this brief downtime to check the sharpness of her harpoon, was right. We've been through something like this before, fighting against an endless horde of enemies, long battles of attrition. It wasn't new. And that very experience was definitely an edge we had against these enemies. Of course. Well, can we even handle the third wave at this rate? There is no choice but to withstand it. Nothing was certain just yet. We still had the third wave to survive. I'll carry out the sentence as soon as we survive the third wave. Even when we're basically in the same boat, that guy just can't help but have it for us, huh? Why would I ever? The third wave begins, and with it, the building suddenly begins to shift violently. What? Hold on, what's going on? The buildings are shifting! What's happening? I remember asking all of you guys to read the damn pamphlets! Buildings inside H-Corp shift every once in a while. I didn't know it would be like this, but still. Fortunately, it doesn't seem that the buildings we're in is shifting by much, Executive Manager. As soon as Otis finished an errant building suddenly jutted violently from the ground, rising in a diagonal burst, and struck Ricardo square in the chest, sending him blasting off in the skyline. Damn you! Mark my words, this is also going in the textbooks. Ricardo wasn't the only one that got practically punched by a building. Big bro! The henchmen of the middle, who had informed a defensive square to withstand the waves, were blasting off in all directions. Or maybe they were falling? I wasn't sure anymore. Oh, what is happening? The movement of the buildings had significantly reduced the enemy population in this area. Dante, this is an opportunity. Now that now that those irritating bastards are off our backs, I think this is definitely more doable now. I can feel the spirit rising among the sinners. Come on, let's do this. We've done this kind of thing 1,000 times. Yay, let's go! How did Dante survive this? I don't know. Someone's been protecting Dante this whole time. In constant pain from reviving all the seniors, I imagine. Ricardo is not even a building level. Nope. Not even building level. Disappointing, I know. Time for us to use everything we have, guys. Come on, Merceau! We're finding that Aubrey and Ricardo will still show up and try to get revenge for sure. In the name of love and hate, a major arcana, slay! Boom 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 boom. Bah! Damn, Ricardo. Merceau here is not able to do anything anymore. Merceau is fully given up. I'm gonna do the super fight again to see how cooked I still am. Damn. Good luck. Please don't hurt them. Gotta hurt them. Merceau's not. What's going on, Merceau? Oh no, she's gonna corrode if I do that. Nah, Merceau is able to counter. Merceau is getting the counters and. Oh god. Hongler! Oh god. Dude. Okay. Fluid sack is on.
먼지를 떨어내주마.
Arcana beats.
와, 봤어요, 단테님? 돌아오면 칭찬을 잔뜩 해주셔야겠는걸요?
이 구속구가
When Marcel runs out of Savage Tiger Marker. Oh, yeah.
끝없이 모자르지.
Yeah, he's out of rounds. Makes sense. That's why he's having a hard time doing anything.
사랑과 정말
The fact that Marceau is still alive is amazing, quite honestly.
전탄 격발.
I think Marceau is the only one alive since the beginning of this fight. Everyone else have rotated yet.
받을 수 없다면
이 전투는 승리할 거야.
Nevermore. See the super later. Logged in into Elder Scrolls. Fair enough.
저분은 어디 아프신 건가요? 아까랑 다르게 기운이 없어 보여요.
정화.
이 구속구가 나의 폭력을 저지하기엔 턱없이 모자르지. 전탄 격발.
My Marceau is a warrior, dude.
이것밖에 못하나.
자, 악은 이렇게 정화되었네. 정의의 이름으로 이용.
Right?
전투는 승리할 거야.
And another wave. We did it! We survived. Was that the last of them? Current time is 04:24 hours. About 10 minutes until the night in the backstreet ends. But we can relax now, given that we survived the third wave. The buildings are also no longer shifting. Stability has been restored. We did it, Executive Manager. Bloody hell, finally! The sinners all collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. There was a chasm here, but it's gone now, despite the fact that we haven't moved at all from our initial positions. There wasn't even a trace of it having been here. We realized that we've been relocated on top of a roof, as though we had all just awakened from a dream of sleeping in a building that never existed. Yeah, that was one hell of a battle, man. I thought I was done for. This is killing me. I don't know if we could have survived that if that Harab says Loon wasn't here to draw some of them away. I guess we've got something to thank him for. Huh. So that's all they got in head-on battle. Art thou acquainted with these foes, young Ryoshu? OFC. I've heard of them. Their scent of blood, 'twas faint, but it cannot be. No. 'Twould be best not to linger over long on this thought. Why not? Dig deeper. Letting ephemeral inspiration slip through your fingers is death of creativity. I said I won't linger on it. Don't rush me. Huh, whatever. How uninspiring. Guys, now's not the time to bicker. The Ocean Don Quixote's words were indeed unnerving, but we have plenty of time to discuss that once we return to the bus. If we can return in one piece. Chiyua. I'll be frank, that was impressive. I thought for sure you've been long swept away by now. Chiyua must have been waiting somewhere nearby to watch us die, because it did not take long for him to reappear before us. Perhaps they agreed upon a new deal while they were fending off the waves of sweepers. The Mao branch and Zilu were both approaching us in the intimidating gait that contrasted with their earlier passivity. Damn it, Executive Manager, we've had too many high-risk, high-fatigue battles in succession. I hate to offer such disloyal advice, but it may be wise to avoid this battle at all costs. That doesn't seem like an option to me. I looked around. Most of the sinners were either dead, trampled, and chopped to small, unrecognizable pieces. They were barely holding on at best. I can bring them back, I always do. But when they're completely surrounded us, I don't think I can bring them back in time to protect me. They might just cut the sinners down as soon as they get back up. Well, this was well within my predictions. I can simply finish off anyone that hasn't been swept away. Now, a stage is set for my ascension. For the next 10 minutes, no sweepers, let alone anyone is coming here. You know why? Because who in their right mind would leave their homes when the night in the back streets is still ongoing? And looks like even that annoying idiot from the middle has been taken care of, too, somehow. How much of this was your plan? How much, you ask? The whole thing, of course. All the way back to that construction site that blocked your path. The one who decided to unscrumptiously full of your company, it was me. The one who put the pitiful Pngtuber, who doesn't even have a family name, with you, it was me. The one who contracted the 3X office to challenge you for a duel, it was me. And guess who was who it was that relayed your real-time location to all kinds of forces in the district? Yes, it was me. In this trashy lodging without a residential permit, all devised by none other than yours truly using KeyCorp's technology. QCorp, sorry. I see. It's so good. It was so good, wasn't it? What a perfect strategy. What did you think? Aren't I great? Aren't I so utterly clever? This is exactly why I deserve to be a next family hire. A folly to speak those words. An unfamiliar voice echoed from the dark. There was neither animosity nor hospitality, only utter serenity and nothing else. The speaker approached us, walking under the narrow ray of moonlight that shone between the shifted buildings. Pngtuber! In his hand was the decapitated head illuminated by the pale light. Blood dribbles from the severed neck, and the wide-open eyes remain frozen in its final moments, filled with utter terror. He walks towards us, in step with the drip of the blood. It can be GQ. I knew you was working for someone. It was him. Why do you have Pngtuber's head? I have brought back that wayward pet to this master, that it may once again be leashed. There is a serpent, my lord. Leave it. We needn't shoo it away. You were loaned the Heisho pack so that you may simply get in their way, no more. Huh, I see. Was there a sudden change of heart once you held the leash in your hands, that to return to the Shi family side would be to your benefit? No, you knew everything all along? What, I must ask, is everything to you? Your vision is too limited for my lord's wisdom to comprehend. The wise fails to peer through the narrow-sighted eyes of the fool. But if by everything you refer to how you feign abandonment from the Shi family to secure my lord's trust, indeed, it could be said that we do know everything. Don't kill me, please. Don't kill me. I'll share you my most guarded secrets at the Shi family. Right, the 10 blades of the East. Yes, that's a. But Shiyua could speak no more. For a serpentine blade struck from the umbra and separated his head from his torso with ease. Okay, Shiyua, really? Your character is dead. You can pick another one. Let's do an isekai here, and you're gonna reincarnate in the body of someone else. I don't know. Pick a character. Little Yua, have I not warned you time again and again to guard your tongue against the creeping desperation? I believe that we have gathered the intelligence we have hoped to collect, my lord. You needn't pursue the serpent, Zilu. His voice boomed as his commanded those who appeared to be his officers. The tall-built man took a ponderous step from the shadows and stood before us. With an enigmatic expression, he wordlessly looked at Yua's decapitated head, now lying on the ground, then at us. It was as though he was gazing upon the clouds or blades of grass. Am I tripping? What? How am I tripping? I am literally talking to a dead person at this point. I shall take them with me. He picked up Yua's decapitated head before gesturing at his officer with a nod. Ah, here it is, my lord. Wrap their heads with stasis wraps, and the composition won't set in any time soon. And with those bandages, he began to wrap them up in a practiced motion. He does not pay us any heed, as though we weren't even worth the attention. Return to me once you're finished here. Yes, my lord. Hold on. You can't just show up out of nowhere and... He did not reply, his eyes gazing yet reflecting nothing but hollow emptiness. And just as he had emerged from the darkness, he vanished into the shadows carrying 2 decapitated heads. And that's it. The life and story of Shiyua comes to an end. Awesome.
나를 들뜨게 만드는 일은 많지
Okay.
않지만
Mercel survived
이번엔
more than
그
anyone.
비중한 경우의 수에 들어맞았군.
Congratulations,
잘
Mercel.
보관한다. 회수하지 않은 단필 팁이다.
Alliance. Things weren't looking any better. I could instinctively tell that they were, differently from anyone or anything we'd faced in Hongwan so far. I don't suppose our Lord left them alive, only for us to slay them. And perhaps it would be apt that I introduce myself. It is common courtesy to do so. Call me Zingang. I am but a humble student of my Lord, Master Q's teachings. My Lord, Master Chu. Is Chu or Q? I think it's gonna be Chu. Somehow, I was reminded of the discussion King Tao refused to finish. For when the far once comes, betwixt the burnt doors shall a star fall astray. As for the song, it's a song that's become rather popular in the backstreets in the recent months. This is not a place to discuss such matters. I'll share the tale in a more appropriate setting later, should we come across it. Name's Dante. I'm their manager. I decided to speak up, struggling through the pressure. I instinctively knew that we had to find out as much as we could about the men from earlier. They introduced themselves as Manager Dante. I see. Your candidness is appreciated. Zilu withdraw them out. It seems that we need not contend with them at the moment. Very well. It seems that they had the very same thought about us. Now, is that sufficient proof of our intent to engage in a brief discourse? To discuss some matters with you to mark a courtly ending to this encounter should be of benefit to us, for the prospect of our future. So, ask away, as they say. So, that's when Jia Zhichen stepped forward after having retreated from the domineering presence. So, that's what those suspicious songs I heard about the backstreets were about. It's about you guys, wasn't it? So, are those lyrics true? Ah, so that's what you wish to know. Chichen of the Jia family. It is said that you possess talent in rhetoric, yet you walk a path beclouded by concern and anxiety. Truly, your insignificance precludes your path in greatness. Wait, don't speak for me. I would have been the first to say anything if I thought she was wrong. Ricardo, the big brother followed. Where the fuck are my hair coupons? I don't even know where you are anymore, Ricardo. You're just being launched away by a building. Few moments ago. Maybe you can find a hair coupon wherever you landed. Yes, my lady. Chiyuba, you're the one who sent him after us, right? Close, yet not exact. He was an agent of the Shi family, sent to spy on my lord's doings. I know you survived. I know that wouldn't kill you. That's why I'm saying you should just search a hair clip-on wherever you landed. We had bestowed him control of the Heisho pack, for we had found his conduct shallow, and Shao a means of learning more of the Shi family's machinations. Yet it seems that once granted power, the boy mistook himself for a man with wherewithal to represent the Shi family. So you used him, just as he sought to use us. Though it was quite shallow in his strategy compared to our own. So what now? I don't think you're looking to kill us, right? No, now nothing. Do whatever it was that you had sought to accomplish here. You're letting two of your master's rivals go? Just like that? What a strange thing to say. Look around as I might, I fail to see any rivals here. Then, why did you order Yua to attack us? You said it yourself, you're not even your rivals. The manager inquires why you command Yua to carry out this assault against Limbus Company. They fear, yet they seek to gain understanding through that fear. Yet they remain wanting in a certain perspicacity. My lord has always said that if one learns not from a polite, then no discourse with them shall bear fruit. Instead of giving me a straight answer, Zingon left me with only a puzzling comment before she brushed past us. Yeah, my girl here's the Yoda, not really trying to give any clear answer about anything. I have given you courtesy enough. This is a good time for us to depart. Now, just stay nicely within your borders, as you have remained there thus far. I would greatly despise an odd splash of ink marring the grey painting. With that, Zingong walked into the shadows cast beneath the forest of buildings. Zilu and the countless Heisho that had surrounded us also disappeared with them. Finally! I looked around just in time to see Otis collapse while the rest of the seniors lay dead or barely clinging to life. And there was Jia Shichen, who had collapsed to the floor as well, and Wei, who was tending to her wounds. And me, who somehow survived through all that without getting decapitated. And the night that put us through multiple brushes with death came to an end. The day breaks. Yeah, and that's pretty much everything that happened. That big brother Q. I see. Once the day broke, we decided to take a quick walk outside to recover a little from exhaustion of the night. It was also to decide our course of action from here on, and we also had to decide if we want to travel with Jiajichin, with whom we shared our destination. Hello, did you forget to make a concerned face or something? How are you maintaining that irritating poker face through the whole conversation? Of course not. Classic GF family secrecy, huh? Always hiding something, and I bet you are too. If you are, you better spit it out. I don't have the time to casually stroll about with my to-be enemy. Chichin, as I have always said, the seat of the family hierarchy is of no... Fine, even if you're lying, I do know that you haven't prepared anything for your assignment anyway. Changing the subject. Jigachishan, who was chatting with Honglu, methodically slowed down enough to walk right next to me, as though she was executing steps of a plan. You lead my brother's faction, don't you? About what I wanted to talk to you about earlier. I guess I do. Or now, I guess. Earlier, is this about our conversation back at the Kazan? Brother, translations please. Haha, of course. Dante is unquestionably our manager. Great. Let me make a proposal then. Become my faction for the duration of the family hierarchy evaluations. Help me out. What? Can we do that? Can we do that? Why not? You guys managed to stall even the sweepers. That means you command a formidable force. Besides, you're headed to the family mansion anyway, aren't you? You just don't know what to do once you get there. And as for competition, well, my brother doesn't care about the whole thing anyway. So why don't you join me? Help me become the fire of the family hierarch. I am not like our older siblings. I always pay my debts. Well, whatever that's for a favor or a grudge. If you can trust me, I'm happy to make a written. Can we do that, Faust? Faust seems Yoshishin's plan, her explanation of it, at least, rather flawless. Having such an ally at the apex of a wing will be a great boon to Limbus Company as well. I guess so. Then I don't see a reason to refuse her offer. Honglu, who's been listening in our conversation, boiled the discussion down to a clearer explanation and related to Jiachishin. Perfect. It is said that the formation of such alliance should come with a grand banquet to mark the occasion and to cement the upcoming coalition. The banquet's on me. Once we get closer to the central zone, let's find a nice Kazan to discuss our future ventures together. You're Dante, right? Let's make this thing work. Let's go. Let's. I was still bewildered by the turn of events, but Jiashichan reached out for a handshake with such earnest that I found myself almost drawn to shake her hand in return. Now that I think about it, this is the first time we've ever made ourselves an ally that wasn't specifically selected by the company, huh? Well, if that's the case, I really hope we can have at least one ally who doesn't meet a terrible end. After the banquet, we walked out of the Kazan to find Mephistopheles waiting for us in the middle of the road. Whoa, man, I never thought about it. Now there's just standing like this in the middle of the street. It really stands out, doesn't it? Is this your usual ride? Glad to see you're all safe. Solid and Pilot walked out from the inside the bus. So did you guys take care of the business? I have some more pressing things to talk about. Listen well. Do you have any idea how much trouble your subordinate's little connection? Yes, Miss Faust already gave me a report. Pilot? Oh boy. Yes, ma'am. By the way he's awkwardly stepping forward, he probably already got a hell of talking from Sade. Real mighty sorry about that, y'all. I've only ever been a part of eradication missions, never in the espionage business, so... Pilot, what did I say about mixing excuses into an apology? Forget what I said. Real mighty sorry for real. This Qingtao guy approached me and sweet-talked me into going along with that plan of his. So I got too cocky, assuming that I knew better than my seniors. I'm sorry too. I forgot that he's still a new guy in the business. Of course, he'll be prone to making these mistakes. Looks like we'll both be writing letters to explain our failures together, huh? You're both getting disciplined for this? The disciplinary action is unlikely to be anything of significance. The LCB team came out unscathed, all things considered. However, it is likely that they may have to work for half a year without a pay. I'd consider it a win if we're all getting as a docked pay. Next time, I do promise. Next time, I'm gonna get real good at this job. I'm gonna become someone who can actually provide good assistance to y'all. Of course, pilot. You really should. In fact, you will have no choice but to become a contribution member of the team when I'm done with you. Let's really get to it, huh? No one's dying or getting fired under my watch as long as I'm their manager. I'll make sure of that. Yeah. Oh, right. Almost forgot to tell you, Sade. It's really important business stuff. Going forward, we're gonna... Oh yeah, I was gonna bring that up sooner or later. We just got orders from the LCA. Sade produced a small device from her pocket and began reading from it. Upon arrival at the central zone of H Corp, the LCB will participate in the family hierarchy evaluation with a candidate. Huh? We're going to anyway. Now, this busting faction is gonna be the LCB will present the following sinner as their chosen candidate. Sinner 6, Honglu. What? What? You can't do that! What the hell? You, all of you, I'm gonna make you throw up everything you just ate, you assholes! I mean... You know, the thing about helping Jia Shichen is good, but getting a sinner that's actually the family hierarchy is much better than just supporting her, so I can see how that's much better for a Limbus company than just supporting Shichen. But poor her. And here we are. The surrendered witnessing. Tomorrow's gonna be a long one, isn't it? Let me chat to you guys. Beautiful, beautiful. A lot of messages, guys. A lot of messages. Don't know about you. In fashion, taste in fashion. Am I bad? Ask yourself, is smoke or fire taste good? Ricardo, the big brother. Where the fuck are my hair coupons? Yeah, I responded to that part. How about nothing there, Pi? So, where are they? Well, I don't know. No, just no. My favorite. You have no taste buds, they're free. Sibao. What? I actually don't. I cannot taste anything to its fullest. What a cruel joke. What is that look on your face? I'm flexing my taste buds at you right now. What? What does that even mean? Flexing as if showing off. Average educated abnormality? Dude, for a dead person. Shit chichen does not stop. Oh, sorry. Well, if you're going to be like that, I'll let you know that I can taste food if a soul is added to it first. You're cheating. Cheating, you say? Think of your soul like a kind of spice. What? What the Sigma? So I am sweet or spicy? Tell me, what do you think I do with the souls I have collected? I asked you first. You? Well, I needed your soul first, although devouring would have you unable to be revived. How wild. Hello, Heathcliff. Thank you so much for joining us. I will keep my soul for now, thank you. Every human is different. Yours would probably have a sweeter taste. Oh look, you dead. This wide. Why I'm getting ridiculed everywhere I go? Well, dead people tend to be ridiculed. Now tell me, though, I've already given the answer. What do you think I do with the souls I've collected? You sure don't use them as a condiment of your sandwiches, right? Let me think. What a canto, Dante, it's only the intervallo. Clock ticking. Many messages such wow. I'm embarrassed now. Good. Good. I'm caught up. I'm glad that you guys are getting along so well, you know. Who said that abnormalities and annoying people can be friends? Let me use some of my resources to do more leveling because there's so much to level, guys. Like I was planning on finishing this Ryoshu here so I can get like a full fire team, and then I have to start working on this. 0 0 1 1 1 1 1, and I'm almost. Oh, it's still 30 minutes. I'm gonna save then. But yeah, I'm almost done for Ismail here. 361. Get more than 375. And I'm gonna get, and you guys should know what I'm gonna get for that. This. We're gonna get the Geoshishin ID. And then I'm just gonna be missing Rhodia and Malphals. That I'll literally leave for the last one, since I have no reason to use such a broken ID. Potential woman? Yes. Goodbye, safety team. I am only obligated to follow the company contract. Every person with whom I interact is purely on a professional manner. Okay. False is right there. I know, but I'm gonna get the ID. Oh my god, bruh. You were not competent, if I remember correctly, Shiyua. Well, we could just see a few minutes ago that it lost its head. We cannot even count. But yeah, guys, I feel that this moment is a better time than ever for me to call it for today. If you're interested, I'll be on Discord with some pools later. Okay, we can do it right now. That could be my last thing to do. Let me join Discord and you can stream your pools, Renito. This is your moment. I am over Discord. I am crying myself to sleep tonight. Good. I didn't even know that severed heads could cry. Oh, cool. Vernito, take your time. Lemon mourn and despair. Ice cream. Then I'm gonna go out probably Sunday to get some ice cream. Oh, we got a new friend. That doesn't happen so often nowadays. By the way, guys, talking about friends, if anybody is new here on the channel, we do have a Discord with a full-on Limbus company category. So if you guys want to join us, you can have a bunch of conversations in there. I also do notify everybody on the Discord whenever I go live to play Limbus Company or Library of Ruina. So by all means, join the Discord. It's a pretty fun time. 85. This is what happens when you're a streamer. 85 friends, and we only care about the high levels. Don't know whoever this is. 121. Congratulations, whoever you are. Hello, Verneto. Okay, Verneto's already here, guys. Give me a second. I finally could hear a voice, Verneto. Verneto decided this is not shy anymore. Okay, give me a second, guys. Okay, but you know that they can already hear you now.
Okay, so first of all, we have a free guaranteed 4-star.
Oh, that's so cute. What's the name of the game again?
Oh, it's Project Sekai.
Oh
And
yeah.
I got a 3-star. This is a 3-star, but it'll flip. It'll flip.
Guys, we stopped with Limbus. We're gonna see Bernito pulling on Project Sekai. And yeah, that is Hatsune Miku.
What's left? So cool.
The world's #1 diva.
okay.
Woo,
I'm
is that
not
good?
the biggest fan of this card, but I like it.
Okay.
That's okay. And here's the real one. 69 pulls. Exactly. 69. Funny number.
Damn.
So haha.
69, funny number, people laugh.
Now let's just start. Okay, yellow means 3 stars, so let's see if it flips.
You're playing this on computer, by the way?
No, I'm on mobile.
Dude, okay, the stream is insane quality from your mobile.
Yeah, I mean, last time I had to stream from my mobile to my computer to Discord, so that's why it looked like 5 frames in hell. Anyways, that was very bad. Let's go again.
Come on, guys. Hayaku.
Oh look, a 4-star.
Yay.
Oh, look,
Okay,
look
is
at
four
that.
is 4-star the best thing in this game? Or
Yeah,
the 5?
it's the best one. It's the best
Oh,
one.
okay, okay.
Next one. Again. Yeah.
Damn.
Okay, come on. Come on. Come on.
What do you want out of this? What we're
Really
looking.
just any 4-star, but especially a character called Mizuki. I want her 4 stars the most.
Okay, I wouldn't know who she is, but yes, we're rooting for you.
You don't know Mizuki, oh my god. Since it's the last sample, let's just watch it.
Yay!
You better flip. You better flip. Hatsune Miku, please flip. Please. Flip!
Flip!
It flipped! Oh, it's the first one too.
And
Oh, I like this card. I like this card. I'm fine. I like this card.
oh, such a cute sheepy.
Yeah. No, another Luca. Okay, now prepare for some single pulls. I wanted it to be the funny number, so now I must do single pulls. Oh, that one's cute. That one's cute.
Dun, dun. Come on, we can still get one. A single one.
I think that one's a good 3-star, but I'm not sure. It's either really good or really bad. And yep, that's all my pulls. Thank you for watching. See you guys. I hate my luck.
Okay, thank you so much for it. So, you know, at least you got something.
I'm gonna stick around a little bit though, because I'm addicted. Please help me. I need to stop
Someone
playing,
save
but I cannot.
Renato.
I will just play a song quietly. Thank you very much.
I fear for the possibility of music's being copyrighted on this game. Are they or not? Oh god. Guys, Benito probably gonna stay here, so if you wanna join them, have like a fun conversation by all means. Thank you so much for showcasing your pools, Benito. Sad that you didn't get what you were looking
you're
for, but
welcome.
you know, there's always tomorrow, maybe another game, maybe another AOE that you might lose.
Oh,
Bye-bye.
come on.
But no. I love to enjoy some Vernito action, and also like we can finally hear their voice. You have a great voice, Vernito. You shouldn't just shy away for conversations. But yes, guys, I want to thank you all for coming to this beautiful stream. My name is Archer, playing some reverse. Reverse? What? Sorry. I got confused after Vernito pulling another game. This was some Limbus company. We did the Nocturnal sweeping today. But yes, don't forget that tomorrow we should start Kanto 8. Will it end Kanto 8 next one? Probably not, but we're gonna at least start it. But yes. See you all in the next one. Archer is out. Bye bye, guys.